The very oxygen we need to breathe, that's how far down the road we have gotten, so that we are destroying the air we breathe. It's inconceivable, and yet it's happening. I had a friend who had one of these placards in her kitchen. You know, we've all seen them. They have these catchy little phrases on them. And the placard in her kitchen said, "The ocean fixes everything." People believe this. People believe we can throw trash and oil and carbon dioxide and everything else into the ocean, and the ocean will fix it. No, the ocean can't fix everything. If we kill the ocean, we kill ourselves. We might as well point a gun at our head, filled with bullets. That's what we're doing with the ocean. We cannot, we absolutely cannot continue to treat the ocean as our garbage dump. You know, we've proceeded for so many years down this path. We've been throwing our trash into the ocean. We've been polluting the atmosphere. We've been doing all these terrible things. And most people think that we can continue doing them because, look, it's worked so far. We're still here. People do not understand the importance of their individual and collective actions, in part because they don't want to understand. I don't want to understand. I don't want to know any of what I just told you. It's horrible to know this. Listen, even if it's too late to act and make a difference, do you want to be the one who tells somebody, "I didn't act because I thought it was too late"? Of course not. We don't know when too late is. Probably until long after it's too late. Does that mean we should give up? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not. You know, I haven't been paid for a dozen years, and I keep grinding away because I'm a teacher, so I can't help myself, and because we're talking about the living planet here. There is nothing more important than that. All the dollar signs in the world do not add up to a living planet. Yes, if we're going to have a creative society, then we have to reward creativity in individuals. Let's look for every opportunity to do that. Think about that. It's not getting together at the bar drinking beers. It's people working together for the common good. If we can do that, wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be amazing? I want to do that. Thank you for the opportunity to have the conversation today. We're talking about the most important topic in the history of humanity. So I really encourage viewers and listeners to pay particular attention, not just to my presentation, but to the others that are going on here as well. Thank you so much for bringing on these important topics. I couldn't be more pleased about that.
Thank you so much, Professor, for participating. And what you have just described is awful. We must do something, and there is no one to rely on. I want to go back to what Robert has said. Who should be telling the truth now? Is it they who should? However, these bastards do not even consider it necessary to attend the conference. And later on, they are presented to us as great benefactors and philanthropists, claiming that we should look up to them. To whom? To heartless creatures who have wallets instead of the hearts? Here is the result of the consumerist format which we exist in. Despite our desire to have a different format, we still support precisely the consumerist one. Is it possible to do anything good in this format? No, it's impossible, because the format itself implies an inhuman attitude to each other. If you rely on such individuals, we, as humanity, have no hope. Look at what has happened to our home, to our planet. It's a living creature whose organs are no longer functioning through our fault, through our actions. It has become completely intoxicated and its lungs have been ruined. while we ignore this and continue to devour it, we have already destroyed it. We just do not see this yet. So we think everything is fine. I mean, let me give an example. It's like, imagine that we are all riding a dead horse, and it seems to us that it's alive, but only because we are riding it off a cliff into the nowhere, into the abyss. Now everyone is talking about carbon dioxide, CO2. But even if we stop these emissions now, how this will help? Will it be better? How does CO2 have to do with that? By focusing on it, we have killed everything that can be killed. We have cut down everything that can be cut down and dug up everything that can be dug up. Our cynicism has gone to so far that we start to cut down in trees in cities and forested areas because they cost money. Was there ever a time where a human said no to money? Never, through the last 6,000 years. The trouble is in us, in people, in the consumerist format that we support. And before this too late comes, as the esteemed professor has said, we need to recall that we're all human beings, that our life is priceless. And our only chance to stay alive as a civilization is a creative society. That is why it's so important to speak about it, to speak up. Dear friends, there is no more important topic today. This is why we invite all reasonable people to next conference on December 4th, 2021. The name of it, The Global Crisis, A Time for Truth. We invite all sensible people to join and watch it. And now I kindly invite the next speaker, the distinguished Salwa Abdulaziz Zain, an entrepreneur, CEO of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasimi Group of Companies.
Hi, my name is Salwa Abdulaziz Zain, and I'm an entrepreneur, CEO of the private office of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasimi. I have successfully launched and managed several companies in Africa and the GCC and founded several non-profit organizations across the globe. Thank you to all the parties involved in allowing me to speak on this platform. When one is discussing the issues that are most critical to humanity today, that is subjective to that person's views and passions. I have always seen children as the most important. Today, there are an estimated number of 14 million who suffer from severe malnutrition. The numbers are staggering. Only 25% of these children have actually received life-saving treatment. My mission has always been aiding the future generation of our world from upsetting situations like these to the best of my ability. None of us are strangers to the difficulties children all around the world face, from poverty, malnutrition, lack of education, abuse, exploitation, and so much more. We as a society should then educate ourselves in how we can come together in helping these children. The most commonly asked question is, what will the world look like decades to come if we don't end climate change? Before COVID-19, one of the major issues governments were facing was the climate crisis. The world is getting hotter each day. We are heading for a world that will be more than 3 degrees warmer in less than 80 years. With the great melting of the Arctic sea ice, loss of forests and increased air pollution, these are merely a few. Studies show that with this neglect continuing in 5 to 10 years, vast areas of the planet will be increasingly inhospitable to humans. With so many countries already being overpopulated, We simply cannot allow such circumstances. The first step in acquiring change for the global issues at hand is spreading awareness. Lack of understanding of severity of conditions is what allows people to be so carefree and ignorant to the problems we face. It is our duty as humanity to be well informed in global affairs and encourage others to do so as well. Coming together in times of hardship and speaking out in the safekeeping of our planet is how we can create social change. We must speak up and speak out. What a creative society would look like in my eyes would be where people would know how to come together in times of hardship and understanding the meaning of true unity. My idea of a creative society wouldn't be where everything is perfect, but when we as a community would be able to come together in those times of distress and help one another. I believe we should take part in the process of transforming a society to enable a better future for our children. We must lead by example to form a better future for the next generation. I would like to thank the viewers and for all those doing their part in spreading awareness. I would also like to thank ALLATRA TV, who volunteer and work tirelessly to shed light on these issues every day. Let us be the change we want to see in the world we live in. Thank you.
So today, the power of Gandhiji's words they still inspire us to change the world by changing ourselves. So change yourself. You must be the change you want to see in the world, said Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you for reminding us of the value of life. Obviously, nothing is more important than that. And only by remembering this can we make a difference. That is why we must inform everyone so that people are aware of worldwide scale of problems. Participants of Creative Society project all over the world inform humanity in their spare time from work and study, so that all of us would be able to survive, everything that's happening. And everything begins with information. That is why people are interrupting today's conference, it's been converted into 72 languages. So please record your feedback about the conference and send them to info@allatratv.com so that more people would learn about this extremely important event. Our next speaker will explain how information can affect climate. So dear Yasuyuki Nemoto, Doctor of Science in Cellular and Molecular Biology from the University of Tokyo, Director of IHM, General Institute, and manager of the Executive Office of IHM. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yasuki Nemoto. I'm now advisor of IHM General Institute and advisor of Office Masara Emoto. He's author of the Message from Water and Hidden Message in Water. My job was international secretary to Dr. Emoto. I have a background as a biologist or a scientist, and so I was a kind of scientific advisor, and now I'm talking about Dr. Emoto's water crystal technology and the new science of water. My mission is to connect the science and the spirituality. I want to support, I want to help the humanity, including myself, actually, to spread the message for the future or for the creative society. I would like to say that the water is much, much more important than you may think right now. Every water looks very same, in appearance. But Dr. Emoto believed that the water can memorize information, the different information, for each glass of water, for example. And I believe also the good water shows beautiful water crystals, while bad water does not show any crystal at all. And here I used the word good and bad, but in this case, the meaning is good means very harmonious with nature. Okay, please understand it this way. And bad means it's not harmonious with nature. And water can be changed by music, images, words, and prayers. And please remember these 2 points about the water science. First one, water memorizes and transmits information. It's a relationship between water and information. Water memory, or memory of water. Okay. The second one, water stores and converts energy. This is based on the force festival water research by Dr. Gerard Pollack. So water information and water energy, they are connected. I believe the climate change, the climate is basically depends on water. You know, even the earthquakes, I believe that the water in the rock or in the, formation that under the ground is playing a role, I believe. But anyway, I believe the climate changes is just reflecting the collective consciousness of humanity. So in this sense, everybody has the same, same significance, same importance for the humanity. Each person. Even you are on the lying on the bed, or if you don't, you cannot do any action at all. You are emitting vibration. You are emitting information like that, and you are affecting all the world. So if you have a life, you are changing the world. You have a potential to change the world.
Thank you, Mr. Nemoto-san. Today, climate is the most crucial subject for humanity. How do people survive in time of climate disasters? Does a human influence climate? We talk about climate changes and we will answer these questions at this conference later. But now it is our pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Dr. Amina Ali, Professor and UN Special Envoy.
I am Dr. Amina Ali, and I'm coming to you from the UN here in the United States. I represent the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights, which is the CSO. I would like to welcome all of the dignitaries, ambassadors, emissaries, and those in high positions in place in this this conference. I thank you so very much for also welcoming me to the Global Crisis Conference here. We are facing a global crisis. This crisis is undaunting. It is macabre. It has descendancy and legacy that is going to continue because our actions are continuing. Well, the capitalist approach is how much money we can leave, how much money we made in a lifetime, and how much money we can turn over to our people when we pass away. If my children are left with $5 million and all the access to all the resources in the world, but there is nothing left in the world, how can we measure that wealth any further? How can my children say that they're really wealthy when they have nothing to spend it on? If there are no natural resources that we are embodying, that we do the same way we do our wealth and our wealth planning, then what are we saving for? We're going to be in an environment where it's barren land. We have no oxygen, but yet we have $10 million in the bank. What good is that? You can't buy it. You can't purchase it. So if we don't see a need to continue with this environmental solution, if we don't see that there needs to be a pivot in our behaviors, we're going to be a cash wealthy environment, but we're going to be a marginally poor natural preserver. So there won't be any natural environments that we can go to. So we have to work together. And I think that's the only plan that can work. So I thank you so very much. I thank you all global partners and all of you that are here today on this conference. Thank you.
So thank you, Her Excellency Dr. Amina Ali. Indeed, the global crisis will continue as long as we act in a consumeristic format. Money won't buy us oxygen, and we have seen that, which won't be available. Nor will we drink clean water if all of it becomes poisoned. There are fewer and fewer resources, and the earth has no time to recover. Science should help us cope with the crisis. As a result, we have alternative sources of energy, but how safe are they for us and our planet?
Humanity and its appetites are growing faster than resources can be restored. The more of us, the fewer resources. What this leads us to? Just think how many wars there have been just since the beginning of this millennia, since the 2000s. And what was at stake? Resources. Will we act somehow differently when there are even fewer resources? No, never. The very format of the consumerist society dictates that we will follow the path of profiteering and domination. Maybe we should stop scientific development and also stop develop technology then? No. Then we are doomed. It will be our verdict. Science must develop and strive to solve the urgent problem of whole humankind, to survive. But what do we see now? Hypocrisy and deception. Instead, science serves economic and political goals. Yeah, when we talk about resources, you may also say that after all, we do have alternative, renewable, and environmentally friendly resources of energy. But is it really so? Let's see it in detail. Let's take solar panels, for example. Today, their efficiency is significantly lower than that of traditional energy sources. Their production requires the use of many hazardous chemicals. And among the byproducts are such chemical elements as arsenic, mercury and chrome, and many, many others, depends on the technology. In addition, solar panels are crashing in the sun, and they pollute the atmosphere. Why isn't this talked about? And did you know that recycling of solar panels is a big problem? Many of the materials that we use for their production are difficult to recycle. And now it's much cheaper just to make new ones. And the very process of reuse requires a lot of energy. And we know when we calculate it, sum it all up, how profitable it will be to use them. What about wind power plants? The production of wind farm requires a lot of metal. And how it is produced? This consumes also a lot of energy. And we use it, again, it will be a problem later on to recycle it. So how do we benefit from these power plants? Wind turbines also produce noise, comparable to a car that drives at about 70 kilometers per hour, which affects people and animals. Another unexpected characteristic of wind turbines is infrasound noise. Wind turbines, this noise makes really inhabitable the area of this plant and the surroundings. So it causes many anxiety and many other bad feelings the people who live nearby. And we saw it as from experience of US power plants. And it's really another important question that nobody also thinking about is that where this energy comes from. You know, when these huge dynamos, enormous turbines are blowing, tons of winds are used to generate these kilowatts of energy. And when the winds do not blow away, and the winds that are not blow the way they should be. After all, the wind of the planet is responsible for what is in our bodies called homeostasis or internal balance. Like, for example, transferring the heat from the hot tropical parts of the globe to the colder, to the higher latitude. And in order to explain it, let's imagine that we will put microturbines in our human lymphatic system to charge gadgets, for example. And when the lymph stagnates in the body, there will be acidification and intoxication. And what does it lead to? Autoimmune reaction and death. Isn't that what we see now on our planet? It would seem to be nice to get wind powers, but only if we don't look on the other side of the coin. After all, everything is energy. Nothing just comes out of nowhere and goes nowhere. Does it make things worse on our planet? Of course it does. Another alternative energy source is being considered nowadays as hydrogen. It's portrayed in the media as a clean fuel because it burns, and when we burn it, we have just water. But in order to use it, we must first produce it. And the production of hydrogen also uses electricity, which is not extracted in an environmentally friendly way. Moreover, if we switch to alternative energy sources, we need to build additional energy storage facilities to store and redistribute the energy, like batteries for backup power or for seasonal energy storage. And at the end of their lives, will these wind turbines, solar panels, and these energy accumulators just disappear without any consequences? These new technologies should be aimed at improving our life. But right now, they aim at improving the life of those who make money from these existing problems. We are taking away the right to live from ourselves and from our loved ones because of self-centered people, for those for whom the good is paramount. It is time to face the truth. We inherited this planet like that. We inherited this format, but we didn't improve it. On the contrary, we made it even worse. It is true. And while we lie, deceive, and pretend that everything is fine and good, the world is falling apart. How much damage can be? And every month we are hearing about new records. And no one talks about the extent to which, how far we have broken the records in garbage disposal, pollution, ocean acidification. No one talks about that. But by all these actions, we shorten the life of mankind. Those are our real records. And why? Because there is a struggle for silly alpha importance, to be the most important, to be the most important alpha. So the only way out of this stalemate, of this issue, is to build a creative society. Because in it there are no conditions for alpha dominance and mutual annihilation, as there are now. But there are conditions for human. And that is why, in a creative society, the life of each person is important. And in it there is only one egregor of universal benefit. Today, the most important thing is time. The time we have left when we can unite and do something. We can survive, evolve, save the planet and ourselves. But this is where everyone is needed. Really, everyone. Global problems can all be solved, but at the global level. We need to stop being divided. We need to change the consumerist format into the creative one. We need to decide today. We have now seen that alternative energy sources are not sustainable and therefore cannot be our future. But what do we have in the present? It's no secret that we overconsume our resources. Minerals are the energy of the Stone Age. And we get the 60% of our energy from them. In the process of using these minerals, we pollute our environment. Harmful emissions go into atmosphere, water, and soil, directly affecting people's health and the quality of our life. And this is all we can do if there is really no technology of the future. Our next speaker, Sean, will try to answer these questions.
Thank you so much, Alex. But before Sean, can I just answer one question we received in our chat? Just reminding, this conference goes live in over 70 languages right now, and people wonder, how is it possible? Who is behind the creative society? Who's organizing all of this? Well, the answer is people. Yes. Can you imagine regular people like me and you and everyone else? We have a regular job. We all make our living out of our normal daytime jobs, and in our free time, we contribute to this project because of understanding how much of importance it is for us, our children, and everyone in our planet. So the answer is nobody and everyone at the same time. This can be you. Yeah, exactly you. The one watching it right now can be the man or woman who is going to make a difference. And now Sean will follow up with a little bit more information about the possibilities of free energy in the future of our civilization. Thank you.
Hello. It is terrible to look at the facts of the many crises that we all face today. It should be clear to all sane people that we must resuscitate our planet by any means. But our consumer format does not allow us to do that either. Everything, unfortunately, is tied to the economy, while the economy is a race for profit and consumption. And as we've seen, we are simply ruining our planet by this. The fuel that we use also causes a big blow to the environment. Now, there are already fuel-free generators, abbreviated as FFGs, which are made by some American companies. For example, there's a company called IEC, which released the Earth engine that uses an inductance energy, which is a form of asymmetrical magnetic propulsion. Have you ever wondered why an American company has been allowed to produce these FFGs, but they are not allowed to sell them? Why is it only possible to buy their electricity? Why is it necessary to sell almost free energy in a consumer society? These are the realities of the consumer economy. Let's now watch a relevant video.
The projects of perpetual motors have long been developed. But why do these technologies remain inaccessible to mankind? Let's consider what would happen if, for example, the technology of fuelless power generators, the FPGs, which were introduced today, and what consequences would this lead to in today's consumerist format of society? FPGs are power generators with an energy conversion efficiency greater than 100%. That is, they produce more energy than they consume. A small FPG with a capacity of 100 kilowatts can fully power a multi-family residential unit. If you install such a device in an electric car, the car will be able to move without recharging for as long as you need. No more gas stations or wires are needed. The generator will be able to produce power on the go. FPGs can be installed not only in houses and cars, but also on helicopters, planes, even ships. The introduction of the FPG technology alone will allow mankind to discontinue using hydrocarbon fuels. This is a technology that can bring a lot of benefits. However, not in the consumer format of society. Today, we use solar and nuclear power, wind power, hydroelectric power plants, and the like. Each of these systems is very expensive and labor-intensive to maintain, since they require special servicing. Many people are involved in each stage of energy production and processing. Now, let's imagine that every person on the planet would have fuelless generators. This would mean that electric power would become free. However, millions of people would be out of work. including the workers who maintain power plants and gas stations' employees. Everyone, from director to janitor, will lose their jobs. All firms or companies related to the power industry will lose their income. And that includes logistics firms, as well as manufacturers of wires, pipes, and even all that machinery which was needed for the power plants. Manufacturers, suppliers, and sellers of solar panels will not be needed. Gasoline will also be out of use, which means the entire industries that produce and transported oil, as well as gas, will disappear. Hydropower, accordingly, will also be replaced by fuelless generators, which means that all the workers and professionals who keep the dams running will be left without work and a means of subsistence. Even engineers, architects, or builders who were involved in projects of building gas stations, power plants, and plants for their equipment will lose their jobs. Given the consumer format of society in which we live in, what do you think the consequences will be if 1 billion people around the world lose their jobs at the same time? Will they be of any use to anyone? Moreover, this situation will cause a chain reaction. These millions of people will no longer be able to buy goods and use paid services. Goods turnover as well as manufacturing plants will come to a halt. This in turn will affect billions of people who will lose their jobs and means of subsistence. As a result, labor will become cheaper all over the world. This will cause a dissonance in trade and production as well as social tension, increasing the gap in society between the poor and the rich. This gap will in turn cause an increase in crime, racketeering, conflicts, confrontations, and discontent with authorities. People will take it to the streets. After all, hunger is the strongest incentive to commit illegal and inhumane acts. Think about this. All this will lead to chaos. This crisis will affect all countries in general. They will begin to solve problems by force, and this will lead to the deaths of billions of people. After all, in a consumer society, the economy dictates everything. All in all, there is a paradox. The introduction of a simple technology capable of improving people's lives will lead to a worldwide catastrophe. However, it is not technology that is a problem, but the state of society today. In this way, we have considered the scenario of the outcome in the consumer format of society. But there is also another scenario. If we change the format to a creative one, this kind of technology will be very beneficial. In the creative society, the economy cannot become a threat to the lives of millions of people, because the value of human life comes first, and all conditions of existence are aimed at improving the quality of human life. Fuelless generator technology will help people take the first steps towards restoring the planet's resources and enable us to manipulate another kind of energy. It will make human expansion to other planets possible, and thus will lead to instant progress and an increase in the human population. But this is another scenario, a choice that has yet to be made by people.
As of today, yes, the issue is acute with that very artificial intelligence, which will take jobs from us. Yet, there are a lot of other issues. Introduction of FFGs in the creative society will be acceptable to everyone. From the environmental perspective, and again, no one will lose their job. And even those who don't have one won't become poorer. A simple point. That's why it is the creative society. But what do we get in return? In return, we will get energy sources that will exceed even the capacity of all humanity combined. The amount of power humanity has generated over its entire history is nothing compared to even one device. There are no such numbers. Why? Because an FFG is capable of extracting and generating as much power as we need at any point of the universe. I emphasize, not only on Earth. It was used. Well, that's already the history of the past. Let's not touch it. So, friends, it turns out that what is acceptable and favorable in the creative society is fatally dangerous in the consumerist format. That's why we say that building a creative society is the only option. But in order to build it, all of us need to unite. even with those who criticize us, because without them we can do nothing. We need to unite with those who want to do nothing and lie on a couch, with those who shift responsibility. Well, let's say, with everyone. Why? Because we are all humankind. And in order for us to build one united civilization and really be able to withstand the present-day challenges, these catastrophic challenges, it's a problem which humanity has never faced before, and we must solve it and get through it. We have only two paths. Either we solve this problem, or we don't solve this problem. If we don't solve it, we cease to exist. This is no longer a fairy tale. This is already being talked about openly everywhere.
So, as we can see, the tragic situation is that the technology is extremely necessary for us. But at the same time, it's inappropriate in our current consumerist format of society. Because people will not only start receiving energy for free, but many will be left without jobs and will not have the money to buy goods and services. Meanwhile, in a creative society, free energy releases not only the resources of our planet, but also the priceless times of billions of people on Earth. In a consumer society, people are not valued. While in a creative society, every person is needed and every person is valuable. We as humanity have two ways to go. One with good prospects in a creative society, and the other option, well, it's better to avoid that. And there is no third option for us. We either live in a creative society or a consumer format. If we don't change anything radically, what will we arrive at? Not only are there the economic and all the other crises that we've discussed today, but also the forced reduction of the population. Plus, there are the external environmental and climate factors that we depend on. It's possible to influence these external factors, but we don't have enough energy today to accomplish that. We need a leap in development. Then everything will be possible. And the choice is up to us now. Also, dear friends, there's no more important topic than what we're discussing today. That is why we invite all reasonable people to the next conference on December 4th, 2021, The Global Crisis, A Time for Truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And it is a little ridiculous that we cannot have this technology right now, as this will totally destroy our economy. But the paradox is that we need this technology in order to move on to the next level of development and help us survive the upcoming global cataclysms. Think about this. Now, I would like to remind our viewers that we have already covered multiple vital topics, such as artificial intelligence and its prospects and threats. We have covered technological unemployment, also crisis in the consumerist society, as well as ecological crisis. And stay tuned, as we will be talking about one of the most vital topics, which is climate crisis. And next, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Her Royal Highness, Dr. Uba Iwunba, Ambassador General of World Aid Organization for Human Rights, Canada, and the Secretary General, World Accreditation of Human Rights.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Ambassador Dr. Uba Iwunba. I am an artist, music artist. Today, I'm on Creative Society on ALLATRA TV, and I'm sending out peace greetings to the world. First time I came on Creative Society, and then I read the Estes Foundation about the right to life, education, human rights, equality, everything that Creative Society stands for. I only want to use this medium to send out my call as it is divinely placed in my heart to call all humanity to come together and join creative society to make this world a better place. In every generation, God always sends a prophet. And through that prophet, God brings message to humanity. I see creative society as the voice of reason, as the voice of a prophet, as the voice to bring awareness to humanity, to wake up humanity. Do not be afraid to speak your truth. Today, I speak my truth for mission for peace and humanity, my truth to be a part of creative society, a part of a vision to make a change, a vision to create awareness, a vision of truth, a vision to save humanity from crisis. I call upon each and every one of you to join creative society, unite under one umbrella. Every organization, every foundation, every humanitarian individual who is making a difference, each and every one of you need the umbrella of creative society to unite the world as one. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Dr. Uba Ivumba. Your support is really important to us. Now, I have a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Roshan Tagiev, Chairman of the Assembly of Nationalities of Ukraine and Chairman of the Assembly of World Diasporas in the United States.
Ассамблеи национальности Украины, приветствую участников международной конференции «Глобальные кризисы».
I'm Roshan Tagiev, the chairman of the Assembly of Nationalities of Ukraine. Greetings to the participants of the international conference Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. Today's topic is crucial and relevant for all mankind, as the world is moving in the direction where the death of humanity and civilization will be inevitable if we do not take drastic actions. Over the years, over the last centuries, a great technological process took place, during which there appeared a large gap between the population groups. We know that there were great wars, the First War and the Second World War, but the current situation is no less dangerous than the real wars that happened with the use of weapons, since the number of starving and destitute people reached up to 1 billion. Serious environmental problems are growing, and we know that the environmental disasters are happening all over the world. The global warming process is on because of the greenhouse effect, which is produced by factories, enterprises, and the growing amount of cars and other things. Ignoring environmental issues creates serious problems, and we have to do something about it. Of course, there are conferences in the world that discuss these issues, but the consumer attitude of human society today dominates over the common sense, over the reality, and it is only the movement of the creative society and the unification around the creative society and such international structures as ALLATRA that can give some positive impulse. I believe that the common sense of humanity, the civilization on the earth, should prevail over the mercantile interests of individual politicians, major global politicians who put geopolitical interests above the movement of people towards a new stage of civilization. And it is very important to talk about it. The fact that today the conference is being broadcast to all the countries of the world is great. It is good that we can also speak and transmit the messages to other countries and other communities. And this moment, this is the way of thinking should and this moment, this way of thinking should develop. Today we see a large amount of injustice in the world. There is no justice in the world because the rich get even richer, while millions of people just live in poverty. I believe that the movement of people who bring positive ideas, positive thoughts, will always eventually overcome the darkness and weaknesses of those politicians who unfortunately live by their own ego and their mercantile interests of their political parties or certain states, because of which there are global wars, humanitarian disasters, millions of people die, tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people around the world experience it, because any war brings devastation. And today's problems are economical and political, environmental and humanitarian. These problems are the most important on the agenda of humanity. I believe that we will be able to cope with these difficulties only together, all countries united. There is also progress in industry. We understand that there were stages of an industrial breakthrough. They take place periodically throughout history, and the so-called fourth industrial revolution, which is being declared today, can also bring both advantages and threats. We should talk about this, and I want to say once again that such conferences as the one being held today are very important, and they carry good messages for both interaction and coordination between people, because human life and human freedom are the most important values. But this should not in any case go against the interests of exactly the same people who are next to us. We people of different nationalities of our planet must unite for it.
Thank you, Mr. Tagiev. Your participation and support of today's conference is very valuable to us, and you are absolutely right that those topics that are raised today by our speakers needs to be widely publicized at the international level, at the global level, and we are so grateful for your support of the creative society. And the whole world will see today's event. Right now, millions of people from around the planet are with us. Thanks to people's initiative, the broadcast is being streamed on thousands of streaming platforms, local TV channels, and YouTube channels. This broadcast, thanks to volunteers, has been translated into 72 languages, including sign language translation. Dear viewers, the information we hear now leaves us indifferent, and we are very glad to hear your opinion about the conference. Please send your video, your questions, and your comments to info@allatratv.tv. info@allatra.tv. And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Jeffrey Long, Chief Technology Officer, Executive Director at Titomic, a Senior Executive and Technologist in R&D, Research and Development of Advanced Manufacturing Technologies and Implementation of Automated Manufacturing Operations in Australia, Europe, and Asia.
Thank you, and thank you, ALLATRA, and greetings, everyone. It's a great opportunity and privilege to be able to speak here about creativity and how that can actually work with industry and actually move towards a creative society for the world. Is it time to explore the sustainability of human life and creating the symbiosis with planet Earth? How do we collectively define the significance of human life and reevaluate the indoctrinated cultural and social ideologies that have limited the nobility of our human creative potential? These are thought-provoking questions that see the foundations to explore human creativity as a significant, noble virtue relative to experiencing human life. The world has changed a lot in the last 100 years, and with the current COVID pandemic and looming climate crisis, has the global economy reached its maximum economic potential? What humanity once endeared as significant metrics of a purposeful human life seem to no longer appease the yearning deep within our souls to fill the void of despair that trespasses our minds and limits our creative potential to experience the joys of human life. Traditional top-down hierarchical governance and management structures in our larger corporate and financial institutions are now incongruent with the basic pillars of human life. The corporatized governance of the global economy feeds the nefarious desires of parasitical consumption at the expense of the world's younger generations and their future. The vast majority of humanity is disillusioned by the notable disparity of global wealth and the inequality of debt that enslaves so many people to a life of hardship. As the broken global economy transitions to the United Nations low-carbon global economy under the guise of a looming climate crisis, who benefits from the elevated debt, the readjustments in the value of assets? We only need to follow the money trail to know. G20 finance ministers and the central bank governors asked the Financial Stability Board, the FSB, to review how the financial sector can take account of climate-related issues. Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and the Finance and Bank of England Governor, stated, "Changes in climate policies, new technologies, and growing physical risk will prompt reassessments of the values of virtually every financial asset. Now is the time to ensure that every financial decision takes climate change into account." Humanity is facing the paradox of a transition from a broken global system of economic governance to a tyrannical, corporatized elitism under the auspices of the UN climate crisis agenda. Humans are born with free will. However, the vast majority face generational indoctrination to ideologues of limitation that reduce their potential significance to one of deluded enslavement with a simple reward system of monetized consumerism. We must ask ourselves, is the global consumeristic format which we have right now damaging our human potential to experience the yearning of our mind, soul, and spirit to explore the joyfulness of human life? The people of the world have all inherited the legacies of their ancestors, and with each new generation, the opportunity presents itself to create a better future for themselves and their children. The past years, we have witnessed the transgressions of global elite and their broken system of governance and economic control. No longer can monetized consumerism fulfill our purpose in life to explore our humanness beyond the limits of enslavement that our forefathers valiantly tried to transition from to create a better world. The amount of darkness historically created by humanity is enough to make it a metaphor for a noble path of creative empathy to realize humans are the infinite potential of this world. There is division within humanity occurring at an unprecedented level, and the grandest deception of all is that the minority of people with unequivocal trust in corporatized pseudoscience and dictatorial governments are the majority. All great cycles of empires end with destruction, and we are now witnessing the desperation of the hierarchical masters' blatant attempts to maintain control with whatever nefarious method they can. Humanity now has the opportunity to create a bridge towards all the possibilities of human life and to open our minds to the reality that creating all we do with empathy is unquestionably the most significant action of noble grandeur a human can explore and experience. Creative empathy is the most significant virtue of human intelligence, as through the collective observation and perception of reality, it defines a symbiosis that personifies unity. In 2021, as we explore new horizons of hope and the opportunity for humanity, we are seeding a congruence of collective intelligence to create new foundations for stability and sustainability through the noble intent of people's empathy to build a creative society. Each of you, individually, contribute to creating the potential for global change framed within the focus of your life's intent. Humans cognitively manifest their present reality and contribute to the collective reality by the intent of their actions that they have created. To create unity from division, we must not react to people's delusions of perceived significance and moral superiority, as they know only what they know. Human empathy lets one observe others' realities and not be entrapped into the vortex of reactive engagement, but instead express wisdom with the sole intent of unifying all of humanity. Creative empathy knows no limitations, so let's all make the effort in 2021 and in the future to focus our human intent to be the noble guidance that humanity yearns for but fears to create. Creative empathy does not react with limitation. It rises like a phoenix from the ashes of corrupted empires to build a creative society of unified noble grandeur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lang. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining this global event. And I would like to talk about this, one of the key problems of today, is that not all the people on Earth actually understand that we can survive only through unification at all levels. Unity at all levels means that we, as humanity, should become a single whole. And it's important to realize that separately in disunity, we're not able to solve these problems. For example, let's take UN, showing that even this large organization cannot solve urgent problems, not to mention global climate challenges, which we will face in the near future. Let's look at the results of their activities together. We will refer only to some data. For instance, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals. They were adopted in 2015 by the UN General Assembly as a plan to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. They committed to end hunger by 2030. This means eradicating malnutrition for all. And according to the report prepared by the experts of several UN institutions, including the Food and Agriculture Organization, UNICEF, the World Food Program, and the WHO, in 2020, the number of people threatened by hunger has increased by 118 million and reached 811 million. By the way, the UN declared this year, 2021, to be the year of hunger. And you can see this on the graph as well. Also, the UN chief stated that we have failed to enforce a basic human right. And according to him, even though food production rates have tripled since 1960, malnutrition remains the leading cause of shortening human life expectancy. Just think about this for a second. And now in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed, an international treaty on climate change. The essence of this document is to restrain temperature rise by 2 degrees. The objective is to limit temperature increase up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That said, the UN claims that the temperature is rising due to human activity and the fact that we are emitting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Now, in 2019, though, a NASA study was published in the authoritative scientific journal called Nature. It argues that changes in the tilt of the Earth's axis and the orbit of our planet's rotation may be to blame for the warming climate. So what then? Are the quotas paid for from the country's budgets, which we fund? NASA itself has said that the Earth's orbit is to blame, not people. So is the UN, for that money paid into the Green Climate Fund, going to put the Earth orbit back into place so that the temperature doesn't increase? Let's think about that for a second. In addition, according to the World Meteorological Organization, CO2 remains in the atmosphere and oceans for centuries. It means that the world is doomed to permanent climate change regardless of any temporary reduction in emissions. Also, according to the UN Declaration on Forests, signed in 2014, it was to halve logging by 2020 and stop it entirely by 2030. But what do we see in fact? Deforestation has reached a level that in the next 9 years, we will be left only with 10% of forests. That is, the UN has not made any progress on this issue either. So in fact, we see that on paper, we declare one thing, but in reality, we see something entirely different. Another obligation was to prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds by 2025, in particular from land-based activities, including marine debris pollution. However, on this issue, unfortunately, we do not observe any positive developments. On the contrary, today the situation is highly catastrophic. And we have actually heard about the actual situation from the speakers here today, and thank you to them. And after all, the amount of garbage in the ocean is now the size of India, Mexico, and Europe combined. That's a real problem. Now, another goal is to reach zero CO2 emissions by 2050. To achieve this goal, global carbon emissions must be reduced by 45% by 2030 compared to the levels of 2010 and must continue to decline sharply. But as we can see from the graph, hopefully you can see the graph on the screen, the situation is fundamentally different. There is a rapid growth of carbon emissions. And according to the UN itself, it is predicted that CO2 emissions will reach 56 gigatons in 2030. This is twice as much as it is supposed to be. Now, let's look at one more example. The UN pledged to take urgent and significant measures to reduce the degradation of natural habitats, halt biodiversity loss, and protect and prevent the extinction of endangered species by 2020. Now, global diversity loss has accelerated in recent years, bringing us closer to unknown and irreversible changes in Earth ecosystem. So why are we reporting these facts now? Because even these couple of facts are already irrefutable proof that the solution to all the problems facing humanity today is not the job of any particular institution or organization. The situation is so severe that only by uniting whole of humanity can we solve these problems. And there's no other way around it. And we emphasize that we don't blame anyone because we all have polluted the planet altogether. And so we are all responsible for what is happening today. And these facts we have cited only as proof that we cannot cope with it all separately. And to think that someone will do it for us is silly as well. And proceeding from the understanding that only together we can solve these problems, we would like to mention that we have invited the UN representative to this conference today to talk about solving these issues. And one person, a representative of the United Nations, actually wanted to come and speak here today. But in order to represent his organization, he needed permission from the leadership. And unfortunately, he did not get that permission. What do we see? A man wants to speak, but they won't let him. The bureaucratic apparatus does everything to prevent people from knowing the truth. And do you think this is normal? People from all over the world are here today, representatives of almost all nations. There are 72 languages of simultaneous interpretation. This, right now, is an international conference when we have all come together to discuss a global problem that affects every human being on Earth. And the problem is, how can we all survive? But we were told the UN cannot be represented at this conference. It cannot be represented in a place where all countries have gathered to address an issue of vital importance to the entire planet. And then that makes one wonder then, whose interests the United Nations represents and protects. And after all, many people rely on the United Nations. Many believe that the United Nations will solve all the global problems. Well, here you go. Look who you're relying on. Thank you.
Hello, dear friends. Again, it's my honor to speak with you. We see the bitter truth, and you have come to understand why the world is in such a state. After all, if one of our biggest bodies of international interaction is essentially doing nothing and is only busy creating the appearance of action, then why is it anyone wonders we live in such a crazy world? The only thing the UN is good at is telling tales. Here, there was a real opportunity to tell the truth. Why not go out to people and tell it just like it is? But they say they can't. Isn't the UN, as an organization, supposed to represent interest of nations? So look, people have gathered. Look at all the platforms. You, people, the UN represents. And yet you, the UN, cannot be here. And there are far more United Nations here today than there are United Nations as an organization. And yet you can't be here. Who can we hope for? They say it's all not consistent with the UN. And you guys tell me, what and who is? We're nobody? Are we scum? Are we not worth talking to? And not even one representative can officially come and tell the truth. So what? Are they cool extraterrestrials? Oh, and we're the lowlives. You guys are familiar with this. Are we plebes? And this is the first chance in history for them to really perform amongst people. But they're scared. How will they answer our questions if they can only tell stories? They can't. In fact, they're just in business under a big sign. Simple, yet trivial business. A simple example, they trade in quotas and make a lot of money. And how does this affect our lives? The Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Protocol, has something stopped? Has it slowed down just a little bit? In fact, billions have gone down the drain, rather into someone's pocket. But we know this, and that's their problem, on their conscience. We have a simple question. What changed on this planet? Have you felt better? Is it easier for you to breathe? Your family? Has the crisis or destruction stopped? Has CO2 even been reduced? No. It's obvious to every single person. And what has the UN done with these funds? Planted more trees? No, guys, I'm an arborist. Their cutting has multiplied. Or maybe they want to stuff the mouths of volcanoes.
with money so they don't erupt, because that'll work, right? Or with numbers in their bank accounts. Do they want to stop the glaciers from melting? Where are results from their work? Let's look at action, not empty talk, simple, cold, hard facts. And the facts tell us that for them, it's just a way to make money doing nothing. It's an opportunity to influence businesses. We all get it, and we all see it. But the issue here is different. The issue today, as has been said by every single speaker, is the survival of all people on this planet. All of us. They make decisions. Working groups are created. They allocate a lot of money, adopt resolutions. But do these resolutions change anything? Give an example of at least one natural disaster, one extreme weather event that a resolution has stopped. Nature doesn't care about your resolutions, people. Where's the salvation of our planet? And what do? Us people, you, I, and everyone watching. We continue to litter more, dump more, consume more, and destroy our environment. But only internal factors. This is the order in our house. It depends on us. But there are also external factors, and we pretend that they do not happen. As if the cyclical nature of global cataclysms does not exist. As if these are all fairy tales. But these are not fairy tales. You've seen it today. This is the harsh reality of our days, and everything is just starting to gain momentum. And we are not at all ready, even for what is already happening right now, all around us. And this is just the beginning. Literally the beginning, guys. After all, while we were being lied to and told fairy tales, watching TV, we were losing the most precious thing of all time. And continue. And we were losing the most precious thing of all. Time. I had to say that again because that's how important it is. And we continue to ruthlessly destroy the planet. And now we can all see where this has led. What a stupid world we have created, where people themselves lie to themselves and lie to everyone instead of facing the truth and jointly solving a common problem. Here's a question, guys. Maybe it's time to grow up. Change the consumer format of this society and put not money, but human life first. And no one here is saying people are bad. Not at all. At the UN, they are just people like you and I. They want to survive. And they all also have families, just like ours. However, the situation is such that elementary greed forces them to act in this way. But there are no bad people. There's a poor system we've inherited, and we continue to actionalize. And that's the consumer system, in which a person finds himself forced to follow its laws. Otherwise, this system, it'll spit it out and replace it with another person. This is an artificial world. And yes, we inherited it. Like a broken house, leaking. But why can't we make a roof? Do we not have hands? Shall we blame someone who did this? Let's make our house normal, healthy for every single person. And let's build this creative society. We can still do it today and tomorrow. But whether we will have the day after tomorrow is a really big question. We are hostages of the consumer model we have invented ourselves. But this model has led to ruin. Therefore, the only way out is the creative society and the 8 foundations, in which human life must be protected as if one's own. Thank you all for allowing me to speak, and my apologies to the gentleman who couldn't come out and speak due to the consumer format of our society, and my love with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's been really a great answer. I think for the previous question that we brought up, that our viewers were asking, what about United Nations? Well, right now I think it's been answered. What exactly the reason why politicians and United Nations and also mass media, that's another question. Why mass media is not showing information about the conference, about our today's conference, even though it's a really high scale? Well, not because it's not important. Everybody realizes how much important and unique it is. And in fact, if it was backed up by any politicians or anything, it would be everywhere. If anyone else could do anything like this, it would be on the media, but not this one. Why? Because topics we're bringing up here, they are not comfortable. They are really tough. They go against the agenda of many consumeristic organizations which are working just for the profit. And in this conference, we put life, human life, on the first place, not the profit, not someone's private small interest. And of course, we're not gonna see them talking about it until we gain the momentum big enough, then it's gonna be hard to keep it unnoticed. But we have to do it. We don't have to wait for any celebrities, United Nations, politicians to come and do it for us. Let's take personal responsibility. So thank you so much, Jason. Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you all the participants and all the viewers for your activity, your comments. It's really important. And now let me pass the floor to Robert Mikita.
Thank you, Tylee. And also thank you, Jason, on your information on the United Nations. Our following speaker, I believe, will also touch on this topic. I'd like to present to you Narsingen Hambirayan, Senior Law Academic at University of Mauritius. The floor is yours.
I'd like to greet all the participants for this conference. I think it is a very good initiative. We human beings, we are not drawing the lessons. The sort of space tourism is a big thing. So it's a paradox for me. At the same time, we are seeing that rich people, in spite of people suffering during the pandemic in developing countries, and even in the US, so many people have died. In Europe, so many people are dying. Unfortunately, we are not drawing any lesson. And this is very symbolical, where people right in the peak of a pandemic, in the peak of economic crisis, some people, the well-off, very well-off people, are going in space for tourism, still again abusing nature, causing a lot of pollution. The World Trade Organization. I've been attending these meetings as a negotiator for my country and also as a trainer for the WTO. It's very sad that there has been almost a sort of total collapse of the multilateral system at the level of the WTO. We've seen a collapse of the UNESCO. We've seen a collapse, almost a collapse of the WHO. In spite of the fact that the WHO has promised vaccines to developing countries, nobody is respecting their undertaking at the level of WHO. So it's very unfortunate. How do we expect a sort of world governance if the major players don't want to play the game? Unfortunately, very often the the major players, they themselves, they are not complying with principles and of international law, with treaties, with conventions, with protocols attached to the conventions. So that's very unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Hambirajan. Yes, I'm certainly impressed, surprised, or whatever by these UN practices that we have heard about in previous speeches. But why should we be surprised? Many times we have witnessed how UN draws the wrong conclusions from scientists' data, legally defending itself by showing the reports on the basis of which billions were written off, and the carbon dioxide that explains the cataclysm is this false data. These are the scientists who are advising those who are making the UN decisions. It's a common system of lies that we all support together. So can we stop doing this? Maybe it's time to put an end to this stupidity and foolishness. After all, we will all die if we don't stop lying and pretending that everything is normal. After all, the globe is one, the planet is one, it's shared. One animal that we all ride together. The point is to deceive each other. And we have been doing this for centuries. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Lord Monckton. Lord Monckton was acting as one of the advisors in the cabinet of the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Lord Monckton, the floor is yours.
Good day to everyone all around the world. My name is Christopher Monckton, Viscount Monckton of Brenchley, and I've been asked to give you a brief outline of the reasons why you don't need to worry about rapid, dangerous, man-made global warming. The global warming scare is based on predictions of large amounts of global warming caused by our emissions of greenhouse gases. And these predictions are exclusively made by giant computer models which try to simulate the behavior of the climate over the next 100 or even 200 years. Now, there's one problem with these models, however well constructed they are, and that is that they depend upon measurements that we take of the various aspects of the climate. In fact, thousands of different aspects of the climate are measured, and these measurements are fed into the models. And so in these models, some of these data uncertainties are very large. For instance, there's one such data uncertainty in the fraction of cloud that is 4 watts per square meter on average, up or down, every year. We don't know where it exactly is. And that one measurement uncertainty is 100 times larger than the average annual effect of all our emissions and all our activities on the climate. And because of that, if you use a standard technique to propagate that error through 100 years of climate predictions, then what you find is that the envelope of uncertainty becomes so large that the entire range of predictions made by the models falls within that margin of uncertainty and is therefore no better than guesswork. Now, this is a proven result. It's been published and peer-reviewed 2 years ago by Dr. Patrick Frank at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Laboratory. He's been there for 20 years. He's a great expert. And this was his conclusion. It was peer-reviewed by somebody who is a believer that climate change is a problem, Carl Wunsch, Professor Carl Wunsch, who thought that the result was accurate, albeit very embarrassing for climate scientists. And the paper has not been refuted in the 2 years since its publication. And that's very important. If somebody had come along and said, oh, this is all obvious rubbish, then there'd be a debate. But no, there is no debate about this. It's a very long established statistical technique known as propagation of uncertainty analysis. And the propagation goes in what's called quadrature. So that means that the climate models, however big, however expensive, however elaborate, however correctly constructed they may be, however faithfully they might in theory represent the climate, they cannot make any predictions whatsoever that are any better than guesswork. They can tell us nothing, and I mean nothing whatever, about how much global warming we may cause. So that is proven result number one. Number two is the research by my team, which includes, among others, the former director of the US Climate Change Global Program, and he's a professor at the University of Delaware. We have a professor of control theory, and the reason why we have him is that climate scientists in 1984 borrowed control theory, the theory of how feedbacks work in a dynamical system. That's a system that changes its state over time. And when they borrowed it, they didn't understand what they'd borrowed. This is a big problem in the sciences now. It's a catastrophic error at a vital point in their calculations. They forgot that the sun was shining. And so they thought that these feedback responses that they say account for between 3/4 and 9/10 of the enormous amount of warming they predict were all coming from the greenhouse gases, when very, very nearly all of these feedback responses were actually coming from the fact that the sun is shining. So we are at the moment putting forward our paper for peer review. It's been in the hands of a leading journal, and we chose a journal whose editor did not believe that there was any credible argument against the official narrative on climate change. So we went to him because if there is an error in what we have done, he will have a vested interest in trying to find it. But so far he's had it for 7 months and has not been able to refute what we've done. If the whole world adopted the British policy of net zero CO2 emissions by as soon as 2050, so in the next 30 years, how much warming that would otherwise have occurred not occur if we go net zero and the whole world does it? The whole world isn't going to do it, of course, because China and other countries like that are exempt altogether from these requirements. So let's suppose, though, that the whole world actually did this. It won't, but let's pretend. How much warming would we forestall? That is actually quite a simple calculation, and the answer is just 1/8 of a Celsius degree at a cost of $5 quadrillion. So economically speaking, it makes no sense to do anything at all to mitigate global warming because there will be so little of it, because whatever we do makes so little difference to it. And they did the same with the ozone depleting chlorofluorocarbon gases. They overestimated the rate at which those gases deplete the ozone in the upper atmosphere by a factor of 10. This was an enormous error. And that's why the Montreal Protocol, which was intended to stop the emission of these substances, that turns out to have been unnecessary. They could have just left it as it was, and we'd have exactly the same rate of ozone depletion as before. So it is important that we realize that the real environmental crisis now is a political one in which political factions have captured the environmental movement. They knew that the way to do that was to exploit our perfectly proper feelings for the environment by exaggerating some of the problems and then persuading us that we should effectively shut down large swathes of our economy. And as a result of that, we're now paying 6 times as much for our electricity as we were before. So there needs to be a proportionality when you're dealing with these environmental problems. We must isolate the genuine problems from the bogus ones and then work out what is the true scale of the genuine problems. If we approach these problems with the genuine spirit, not of seeking to profiteer, not of seeking to advance our own reputations, but of love for those who are our fellow men and therefore are worthy of that love, then and only then will civilization continue to advance as happily worldwide. So this principle of love is or ought to be right at the center whenever we are trying to address what seem to be the intractable and sometimes catastrophic problems that we appear to face. The moment we do this in a spirit of cooperation and of affection and of mutual respect and love, then and only then these problems begin to fade away. They become more manageable. They become more solvable. Instead of having to have hideously complex, legally defined structures that require how we behave towards each other, you can depend much more upon the willingness of people to cooperate with one another once that principle of love has been properly instilled in the way they think. That's why movements such as ALLATRA are so valuable, because you reflect this.
Thank you, Lord Monkton, for sharing your opinion and shedding light on how the idea of anthropogenic global warming is being exploited to make money. And some of those who have realized that the CO2 story is a lie have begun to believe that climate change is a lie too. But in fact, it is not. Climate change is indeed happening, but not because of CO2. And if we are lied to about the causes, it does not imply that the climate is not changing. On the contrary, it is changing catastrophically and for reasons beyond our control, such as changes inside the core of the planet and cosmic processes. But unfortunately, this information is not being shared with people. So it is really tragic that people do not know the truth and thus do not understand the real causes. Thank you.
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. Global climate change is the main crisis of our time because at the current level of development of civilization, a human is unable to control and manage climate processes. It's too presumptuous to say the opposite. It is suicidal. Climate change is already affecting the health, economy, and migration of people all over the world. Millions of people are dying. In Italy, where I live, the climate has changed dramatically. In recent years, in our country, climate records have been set one after another. We have abnormal heat in February, record of cold in spring, and heat in summer. There is no clear change of seasons anymore, and frequent water tornadoes are shocking. In Milan, in the middle of summer, giant hailstones fell. These are huge pieces of ice that break cars and roofs of houses. But what should people do if hail suddenly catches them in the street? It is not the first year that I've been actively studying the topic of climate, and I can say with confidence that climate anomalies are already affecting all people on the planet. Heavy torrential rains caused a tragedy in China, where people were killed in a flooded subway because they were simply locked in the carriages. Historic heat of 49.6 degrees Celsius hit Canada and provoked wildfires, destroying everything in its way, including settlements. Sudden temperature differences in the United States, when during the day a 30-degree heat turns into a frost and destroys the crops. In France, in the middle of summer, people were forced to take shovels, driving out snow-removing equipment and remove hail piles 60 centimeters in height. In Indonesia, more than 1,400 natural disasters occurred in the first half of 2021 alone. I would like to appeal to everyone who is watching this conference. Do you really think that nothing is happening with the climate? Or do you think that it won't affect you? I will continue. Tornadoes appear in the groups, even where there were no signs of them before. The area of forest fires is growing rapidly, and it's impossible to extinguish them. Seismic activity is increasing. Volcanoes that have been inactive for hundreds of years are waking up. There are dust storms that freely cross entire oceans and reach even remote tropical islands. Storms that are record-breaking by the number and strength make densely populated coasts uninhabitable. Improbable volumes of water pour out of the sky in a matter of hours. Endless floods, landslides, and mudslides, they wipe out entire settlements from the face of the earth. Mega tsunami hit hundreds of thousands of people. It is possible to list such events for a really long time, because sudden large-scale natural disasters occur on the planet on a daily basis, and there are fewer and fewer safe places. It often seems to us that economically developed countries are secured against climate disaster, but as we see, this is not so. There's confirmation to that the recent devastating floods in Europe that took lives of more than 100 people. Before the forces of nature, all of us are equal, and we have nowhere to run. ALLATRA science researchers warned us as long ago as in 2014. The report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, was published 7 years ago, when we were at the first level of climate change. We had an opportunity and enough time to quickly take necessary measures and save human lives. But unfortunately, humanity had missed this opportunity. Now, we have already moved to the second level, when cataclysms synchronize and intensify each other, causing even greater disastrous ruin. Yet when the third level comes, it will be too late to warn anyone. A massive migration of climate refugees will begin. There will be billions of them. Those will be starving people, exhausted by thirst and long way, who will have neither home nor a territory where they can build a house. None of us is secured from this fate. And it won't be some people out there somewhere. Friends, it will be us. The consequence of global climate change in current consumeristic format will deprive us of totally everything. What I learned during the preparation for this conference has just shocked me, and today you also will hear about this. Participants of this conference are scientists from various industries, eyewitnesses, representatives of different professions. All these people already realize that we have no time left at all, and how important it is to convey this information to every person. If we remain in consumeristic format of society, in a world of disunity and hatred, we will not survive, because human life in the present-day society is worth nothing. Only people themselves can now consolidate and change the format of society to a creative one, to build a creative society where human life is the main value. But this is possible only with participation of each person. Thank you.
Thank you, Alla. Now, let's take a look at the severity of the situation today. In the following video, you will see the facts, statistics, and truth about climate disasters, which are happening worldwide and are only gaining momentum.
Summer of 2021. Fires, floods,
hurricanes, and abnormal heat waves. What is happening to the planet? You are used to hearing that global warming on the planet is due to human activity. The truth is, the problem is much more global than that, and it is rapidly gaining momentum, and there is nothing we can do to control it. The reasons for what is happening are within the planet, which has entered a period of global cataclysms. Nucleus. In 1998, a drastic shift of the planet's core was recorded. After that, the GRACE satellites and instruments on the Earth's surface detected an abnormal expansion of the planet at the equator, as well as heating from the inside. Because of the displacement of the core, it is unbalanced. With its vibrations, it creates shock waves, which are manifested on the surface of the planet by increased earthquakes and cracks on the Earth's surface. Through these cracks, a large volume of water escapes into the bowels of the planet. Molten magma rushes to the surface and heats this water. The water evaporates and escapes into the atmosphere. These enormous masses of water fall down in the form of sudden torrential rains. As the planet expanded, new continental rifts began to form. The number of volcanic eruptions increased. Significant tsunamis, including catastrophic ones, tornadoes, tropical storms, and hurricanes became more frequent. Floods and wildfires have become part of the daily news. Since 2015, the situation has become even worse. And today, the deformation of the planet continues to escalate enormously. Earthquakes. Earthquakes with magnitudes greater than 8.5 have increased dramatically over the past 20 years. Since 2003, synchronization of seismic noise began, which means that the Earth is preparing for a mega earthquake. According to scientists, it will occur in the Japanese archipelago and will have a magnitude of more than 10. Which is 32 times stronger than the 2011 Tohoku earthquake of magnitude 9. Entire countries could disappear from the face of the earth at any moment. Volcanoes. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the number of powerful volcanic eruptions has doubled as a result of growing internal energy of the planet. There has also been a steady increase in the strength of eruptions and the amount of ash and lava that has been released. Today, about 600 million people live near active volcanoes, capable of destroying entire cities at any moment. And every day, the probability of these events is only increasing. Glaciers. Greenland and Antarctic glaciers are losing 3 times more mass than 30 years ago. We are told that global warming is the cause. We are not told that the glaciers are melting from the bottom up because of the intense release of heat from the Earth's interior. For example, Antarctica is only melting on the west side, where there is a huge magma chamber. Greenland's glaciers are shrinking for a similar reason. Obviously, man has no influence on what is happening. World ocean. In 2019, the temperature of the world's oceans rose 0.075 degrees Celsius above average. This may not seem much, but in fact, the numbers are catastrophic. The energy for such heating is equivalent to the explosion of 3.5 billion atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima. And this energy came from the very bowels of the Earth. Melting of the sea ice and expansion of the warming water has caused the sea level to rise by almost 15 centimeters in the last 30 years. And this is just the beginning. There has also been an increase in the number and power of storms, as well as a significant acceleration of currents. Hurricanes, tornadoes. The year of 2020 broke all records for the frequency of hurricanes and tropical cyclones on the planet for all time. Because of increasing humidity and rising temperatures, the intensity and number of tornadoes has increased. They have become more frequent, where they used to be rare. Since the 1950s, the number of tornadoes in Europe has increased tenfold and continues to grow.
It's freaking destroyed, Josie!
Temperature anomalies and records. According to the data prepared for the IPCC report on climate change, over the past 140 years, the average temperature on the planet has risen by 1 degree Celsius and by 3 degrees Celsius in the Arctic. And we can already see the catastrophic consequences right outside the window. The period since 2000 has accounted for 19 of the 20 hottest years on the planet in the history of meteorological observations. Despite global warming, cold records are growing. For example, in February 2021, in Texas, USA, there were more than 2,500 record low temperatures. And this has never happened before in the history of observation. Since 2000, more than 5 million people have died from extreme temperatures, with 4.5 million dying from the cold. Also, temperature extremes of up to 40 degrees have begun to occur with increasing frequency. Even machinery, not to mention humans, cannot withstand such surges in a short period of time. Snowfalls. Abnormal snowfalls pile up many meters of snow in just hours, literally burying cities and towns. They appear suddenly in uncommon places, such as rainforest and arid deserts. Hail. Hail has also become abnormal. Because of the temperature rise, hailstones become huge and spiky. A diameter of 2.5 centimeters is already considered large, but nowadays, during storms, chunks of ice the size of a baseball or larger fall from the sky onto people. Such pieces of ice can fall at a speed of up to 160 kilometers per hour. Hail destroys crops, damages infrastructure, and poses a direct threat to human life. Floods. Floods are one of the most common natural disasters that are also growing in strength. 60 years ago, only 8 major floods were recorded per year. However, in 2020, this number increased by 25 times and totaled 201 cases. Moreover, they began to occur synchronously, affecting several countries at once. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, the number of floods in the U.S. has increased by approximately 100% over the past 30 years. Between 1998 and 2017, floods affected more than 2 billion people worldwide.
There's so many people dead.
Lightnings. Due to the escaping of gases from the planet's interior and the rise in temperature, thunderstorms are now becoming an increasingly common cause of many wildfires. Under these conditions, lightning becomes an igniting spark. Lightnings have become more frequent beyond the Arctic Circle and even approach the North Pole. Over the last 10 years, the number of lightnings occurring above 65 degrees of northern latitude increased sevenfold. Recently, there has been an increase in rare dry thunderstorms, as well as deadly thunderstorm supercells, landslides, and mudslides. The frequency and severity of landslides and mudslides increases rapidly each year. Massive amounts of water erode the rock, resulting in millions of cubic meters of soil and rock rushing down the slopes, sweeping away everything in their way and causing the deaths of people. Today, the number of casualties caused by them continues to grow. In Japan alone, the number of these disasters has increased by almost 50% in the last 10 years. And more areas are beginning to be affected by this phenomenon. Sinkholes. The amount and scale of newly formed sinkholes is shocking. In Turkey alone, over 600 sinkholes formed in the Konya Plain in 2001. In late May, farmers in Mexico witnessed a field that collapsed and formed a huge hole the size of a multi-story building. Meanwhile, in Croatia, more than 100 new sinkholes were discovered, and they continue to appear all over the world. Cracks and faults. The Earth is deforming greatly, getting covered with cracks and faults. Earlier, they corresponded to the places of tectonic stress, but now they appear in the most atypical places. Drying of rivers and depletion of groundwaters. Abnormal expanding of the planet along the equator leads to drying out of water bodies, lowering of groundwater levels, formation of sinkholes and reservoirs, and, as a result, reduction of freshwater reserves. For example, over the past 20 years, more than half of the rivers in China have completely dried up. WHO reports that water scarcity already affects 40% of the world's population. Drought and desertification are becoming increasingly frequent causes of hunger, poverty, dangerous infections, mass migration, and armed conflicts. Between 1998 and 2017, this extremely dangerous development, which already affects 1/3 of the Earth's surface, affected 1.5 billion people. Fires. Fires have reached a new level. Fires occur in areas of the Earth's crust where hydrogen, methane, and other combustible gases are released from the subsurface. Because of this, fires cannot be extinguished. They are expanding their geography. Even the Arctic is already on fire, where, according to the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, 2019 saw the largest and most destructive fires in the Northern Hemisphere over the past 10,000 years. Magnetic field. The rate of the North Magnetic Pole drift has increased sixfold. According to scientists, this is also a result of the most powerful energy emission from the planet's core. Over the last 200 years, the magnetic field has lost about 9% of the force and continues to weaken at an accelerated rate. Between Africa and South America, there has formed a gap in the magnetic field with an area of about 8 million square kilometers, and it is continually growing. Weakening of the magnetic field threatens not only to cause malfunctions in many technical devices, but it will also deprive us of our protection from the deadly cosmic radiation. Ozone holes and cosmic rays. The ozone protective filter of our planet is becoming thinner and thinner, despite the fact that 30 years ago, under the Montreal Protocol, nearly all CFCs allegedly destroying the ozone layer were withdrawn from production. For instance, in the ozone anomaly in the Northern Hemisphere, the ozone deficit in 2011 was 35%, but by 2020, it was already over 50%. In Antarctica, it is 70%. The reasons for its destruction are hydrogen degassing from the Earth's bowels along the faults and an increase in cosmic radiation. The disappearance of the planet's protective components, such as the magnetic field and the ozone layer, could lead to a complete disappearance of the atmosphere and of all life on the planet, similar to what happened on Mars. Synchronization. Before 2020, disasters occurred sporadically. Now there is a synchronization of cataclysms. This means that they occur simultaneously. Natural disasters resonate and become more severe, leading to greater destruction and spreading over larger territories. Today, the Earth is literally burning beneath our feet and collapsing right under us. We are already seeing millions of people who are not welcomed, forced to wander in search of food, water, and habitable land. And tomorrow, we will all be among them. Are you ready for this? Until now, humanity has been in a state of death-defying consumerist slumber. This is the only way to explain that while seeing the agony of our planet with our own eyes, we don't want to admit that this could be the end of our civilization. However, we still have a chance. One last chance.
Thank you for being with us. And despite the fact how serious these topics are, people feel inspired. We see it in your comments that you write, people are amazed that they found a community, such a large group of people who not only realized all the threats, but also came up with a solution. Why creative society? Because that's the only way to create conditions to unite all our technological potential to come up with a real high-tech solutions to make our potential work for the benefit of all of the society. So please, everyone who's asking in the comments, and we see a lot of them, what to do, go to allatraunites.com, press join us button, and find a way to share this information with everyone you know. Thank you. For the next, before I pass the word to Alex, one more thing. For the next week, we're going to have roundtables, so this is gaining momentum. Let's share this and let's connect during the roundtables as well. Thank you. Alex?
Thanks, Tali. Yes, I would like to remind and just make a statement what you can think about. That as humanity, we have a great potential, real scientific potential, technological potential, but this potential can start flourishing only in creative society, because there will be conditions for that. There will be time and resources, everything will be created in order to use this potential at its highest level. We have intensively discussed it on ALLATRA TV video, so you can visit it and watch this topic in details. Thank you.
To, co jsme právě viděli, jsou reálná fakta. Tak jak je tedy možné, že vědecká obec nekřičí na poplach?
What we have already seen are real facts. And is it possible that the scientific community is not raising an alarm about it? How can anyone make the decision to be silent? Why are we not being informed of the real reasons of cataclysms? Who benefits from it? Who benefits from people not knowing the truth? Yes, there are a lot of questions. So let's answer honestly what the reality is that is hidden from people. According to research by scientists, since 1998, our planet has been expanding along the equator, but not along the poles. Do you know something about this? Despite the melting of glaciers, the entire planet is losing fresh water. Where does it disappear to? The Earth is bursting at the seams. Huge cracks appear across the planet through which this water disappears. We can compare it to an inhalation, when the body becomes larger, followed by exhalation. And what will happen when the water returns? A gigantic flood, from which you cannot escape even in a bunker. Another fact that is hidden from us is the fires. Now, we are not talking about fires caused by high temperatures or human factors. We are talking about fires along the faults, which are very numerous and cannot be extinguished. They burn constantly in the same places. For example, example, California is all burning along the San Andreas fault system. In Australia, New South Wales and Victoria, fires are getting worse every year. Why? Because degassing occurs, that is, the release of gases from the bowels of the earth, hydrogen, methane, radon, etc. Degassing destroys the ozone layer. What will be the consequences? We will be exposed to the strongest solar and cosmic radiation. And at the same time, the magnetic field weakens, we lose all protection from the sun and space. Information about the melting of glaciers is in the public domain, and it would seem there is no secret there. But the truth is different. Glaciers do melt, but from the bottom up. And what does all of this mean? The increase in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, hurricanes, abnormal snow and hail, tornadoes and typhoons, global warming. All of this is a consequence of the heating of the earth from the inside. This is the result of cyclical, astronomical processes that unfortunately are inevitable and are happening right now. The media and governments constantly present us with highly distorted information, which explains nothing, and most importantly, it gives us no complete view of the picture of what's going on. When information is given in fragments, when the person who is now far from these events takes no information seriously, he thinks, well, it certainly doesn't concern me, but the problem is that this already concerns everyone. Because this is a global, interconnected process. We are deliberately told that everything is still not so bad, that nature will come down, that volcanoes have always been erupting, that floods are not so terrible, that earthquakes are not so strong and, of course, not so frequent, and so on. Many might think that politicians and multinational corporation owners are to blame for this. However, this is not the case. This is our common responsibility, my friends. Our indifference to the misfortunes of other people, our unwillingness to go beyond our own complacency, our disinterest in changing anything. This is due to the pandemic of fear that dominates us, the consumer format of relations. We stopped appreciating life, not only the life of other people, but also our own. After us come deluge. Oddly enough, this saying is not far from the truth. We, all of humanity, no longer have time to deceive each other, so we will speak directly. Climate change is on the rise. It is rapid. What are our chances of surviving these planetary cataclysms in the current consumer format? No chances. There are 3 stages in the development of planetary cataclysms. Unfortunately, we have already passed the first stage and are now at the second. In it, the cataclysms began to synchronize, and all graphs show an accelerated increase in the destruction of our planet. What will happen next? The situation will worsen sharply. Further, with the climate, it will only get worse, and this will happen very soon. This is somewhere in 100 years and not even in 5. Can you count? Count it. It will be a meat grinder. Everything will be destroyed. And now we, in our egoism and blind belief, we believe that someone will come and do something for us. We do not even want to admit that it concerns us. We don't even give a damn about our children. And what will happen to them? Every day the moment is getting closer and closer when the line comes, after which people will have no power to change anything. Then we will all understand that we had time to change everything, but it will be too late. Now we can still do something, and when the 3rd stage comes, it will make no difference whether we unite or not. Everything will come to an end. Therefore, we need to unite and act together, now, while we still have this time and opportunity to change the situation. We need to survive the cataclysms together. Why do you think so many speakers in front of me today have repeatedly spoken about the importance of building a creative society? Because it is really the only way for all of humanity to survive, and it's everyone's business.
Yes, thank you very much.
Absolutely. And this is the day of facts. Facts will prove and will show us that we have to act, have no other choice. And now we will hear about the anomalies of lightning and hurricanes from Professor Colin Price. Professor Price is the head of Potter School of Environmental Studies at Tel Aviv University. Dear Professor Price, can you please share with us about the increase of lightning and hurricanes in the world?
How many days in the month do we have thunder? You can hear thunder. So it can be either from 0 up to 30 or 31 days. And so this has been measured around the world for maybe 100, 150 years. And with this data, there are many places where we are seeing an increase in the number of days when we have thunderstorms. So it could be one thunderstorm or 20 thunderstorms, it's still one day. So it's not a very good parameter, but there is evidence that thunderstorms have been increasing over the last, say, century. Not everywhere, but globally. Well, when I said it's driven by the sun, basically the solar heating of the surface, which you can think of as putting a pot of water on the stove and you're turning up the heat and you start to get the bubbles boiling up. So in the atmosphere, we have air, pockets of air which heat up like thermals, and they'll rise up. And as they rise up, the water vapor there will condense as the air gets cooler and form clouds, and if it's strong enough, thunderstorms. So the sun is the trigger. And so we have some link, indirect link of triggering lightning. And there have been some statistical studies showing that some solar parameters may be linked to the amount of lightning, especially in higher latitudes, like in the United Kingdom. There's been 1 or 2 studies. But these are all statistical studies, and we don't know the physical mechanism of how they're actually related. So the solar activity is basically the heating of the sun, which causes convection and rising motions in the atmosphere. Everything else is secondary or very minor, but it still may have some connection, the cosmic rays and particles. And we don't really see any link with the solar cycle. The regular lightning is definitely, we're seeing changes in the patterns, especially the further we go north. So for example, in the Arctic Circle, in northern Canada, in the tundra, we're seeing lightning now, which we didn't see 10 years ago in the summer months. And so getting fairly close even to the North Pole, we're seeing lightning. So things are moving northwards, which is a sign that the climate is changing and warming. Again, we need the heat of the sun in the summer to produce the rising air and produce the thunderstorms. And we're even seeing fires for the first time, for example, in Greenland, in the summer, when things are melting, that fires start there. So we're seeing a shift of the tropical storms to more intense, stronger winds, more damaging storms. And the same with thunderstorms. We may not be seeing a change in the number of the storms, but the intensity of the thunderstorms is also increasing because there's more energy in the system. And you know, there's conservation of energy. You can't get rid of energy. So energy goes from solar heating, heat energy, to electrical energy eventually in the lightning. So it just gets converted from the heat into eventually into the lightning. And so we have more lightning in the thunderstorms. But these waves mean that on the other side of the wave, like in Alaska, the temperatures can be very warm in the winter. So they kind of balance each other out. But the overall predictions for the future is that weather will become more extreme on the both sides. So you'll have more dry weather in some areas, more heat waves, but you'll also have more flooding in other areas and maybe even some more intense winter storms in other regions. And things will just going to become more extreme.
Thank you very much, Professor Price. And yes, we see that the increase of lightning and hurricanes is a serious problem, and we understand that it's just the beginning of the problem. And let's continue to know more about the facts, and I give the floor to Kevin Hester, researcher, environmental and climate crisis activist, co-host at Nature Bats Last. Kevin is currently living on Rekino Island, New Zealand, where he is currently monitoring the unraveling of the biosphere and developing of a proposal to create a marine reserve in New Zealand. Please, Kevin, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. I'm very glad to be here on this conference, Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. End quote. That's a perfect description of your conference. My name is Kevin Hester. I'm an abrupt climate change researcher from Aotearoa, New Zealand. My background is in engineering and ocean sailing. The situation in the Arctic is catastrophic. The statistics and the amount of melt that's going on is unprecedented. And one of the problems that we have with what we are seeing in the Arctic now is inertia in the climate system. There's a 10 to 30 year lag between when emissions go into the atmosphere and when the full effect of those emissions manifests. So the chaos that we're watching now was baked in last century. This is a very, very dire predicament we find ourselves. One of the problems that we have is we have unleashed a multitude of what the client's community calls tipping points or feedback loops. I'll give you a couple of examples. The loss of the Arctic sea ice means you lose reflectivity. So what happens is when the ice was there, the incoming solar radiation would bounce off the ice and go back into space, only leaving a minor fraction of the warming behind. But with the lack of sea ice, all of that light is absorbed into the oceans and the warmth is contained. That's one feedback. As we broil the planet, for every 1 degree C we heat the atmosphere, we get 7% more water vapor in the atmosphere. And water vapor is an enormous greenhouse gas. It's actually the most prolific greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. So at the rate that we've warmed the world now, we've increased the loading of water vapor by over 10%. That's a massive feedback. Okay, another important feedback that I'd like to talk about is methane. As the permafrost melts, and until recently, 24% of the Northern Hemisphere was covered in permafrost. People don't get how big this Arctic region is. And methane is something to upwards of 100 times more powerful a greenhouse gas than carbon. So you can see why that becomes an issue. And then I think probably the feedback loop that we're most concerned about, the Arctic researchers that I know, is the potential for destabilizing the methane clash rates, which are stores of methane that are held in a chemical cage at the bottom of the ocean. And that methane is kept stable by a combination of pressure, by the water pressure above it, and temperature. And as a result of warming the planet, the water is getting warmer, so that takes us closer to a tipping point with the clash rates. The problem with methane is that the difference between methane and carbon is the warming from methane is almost instantaneous. Whatever methane gets released, within weeks, that warming will be felt in the atmosphere. So what I expect to happen when we get these increasing levels of methane is that it'll get hotter faster, and the main danger that poses is for crops. You know, Ukraine is one of the bread baskets of the planet, and it's warming up. And this is the same thing that's happening in the United States and Canada. Crops are just failing already because of the heat, the amount of warmth and the attendant droughts that go with it. So we're already seeing the crop failures taking place today. We don't have to wait a long time to see this chaos unfolding. I think that could happen this decade. What people don't get is non-linearity in the climate system. That's why people think that myself and Professor Guy McPherson and John Boyle from the European Commission, Sam Karana from the Arctic News blog, we all believe that we're heading for double-digit warming. And people call us alarmists, but, you know, it's an alarming situation. So now that we've just thrown our arms in the air and we're rushing headlong off the cliff, and there's no slowing down. All the talk about emissions reductions, it's talk. Even with the pandemic and all the planes grounded and no one traveling around the world, emissions went up last year. There's our feedback loops. Well, I think very soon it will crash industrial civilization. with industrial civilization and the dominant economic system on the planet of capitalism, it's all about credit and it's all about borrowing from the future. We've been borrowing from our children's future all my life. And what I think will happen is industrial civilization will crash. And that could happen very soon because people will see that we've lost control. Not that we ever had control, but we've driven the system into a whole new paradigm. So I think very soon we'll see industrial civilization collapse. I think everyone should they should follow their hearts and do what they think is right. But there's no turning this ship around. We've already gone off the cliff. It's sinking. What we can do is we can prepare psychologically and personally within our own circle with our families and our friends, and we can tell the truth, and especially to the youth. It's really important that the youth understand how dire the situation is. People say, oh no, we can't tell them. That's bullshit. If you want to lie to the youth, lie to the youth. But I'm not going to do that on my watch. I'll go to my grave telling the truth of what I believe is happening. And, I'll reiterate, I don't for a second want to be right. I would love it if you guys could call me in 12 months and say, Hester, come on the show again. We want to rubbish you about all the things that didn't happen. I would love that. I'd love that more than anything. So I think we're going through this extraordinary learning curve now about how all the models have undershot. And an important detail to think about when we're talking about these targets that have been set by organisations like the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Their predictions for the future include carbon capture and storage at scale. They calculated that we would have come up with a solution. Their whole representative concentration pathways have a factor of fantasy technology factored into them. It's lunacy, complete lunacy. But the problem with this predicament is it's not a problem, it's a predicament. We can't fix this. We can mitigate. We can take our foot off the accelerator. We can do the right thing, but we can't fix it. And it's important for people to understand that, or else they'll frustrate themselves to death trying to fix the unfixable. I'm very happy to be a part of this project, and thank you for including me. Good luck with what you're up to. I admire you enormously for doing what you're doing.
I hope everyone who's watching right now heard this. The researchers are saying that our ship is sinking. And dear Mr. Hester, we would like to thank you for what you do and for sharing this information. We are moving towards the point of no return at a very, very fast pace. And we agree that this situation is alarming. And those people who today are being called climate alarmists are the true scientists and researchers who are really trying to save this planet. And creative society is our only chance. And you are correct that in the consumerist society, it is impossible to save our planet and to survive. And dear viewers, as you're watching this conference, we would love to hear your feedback. So please send us your feedback, your video feedback, and your understandings to our email address, which is info@allatraunites.com. We would love to hear your feedbacks, your understandings, what it is that you think about the conference and the topics brought up here today, because they are vital to all the people. And also, we would like to remind our viewers that on December 4th, 2021, another global international conference will take place called Global Crisis, the Time for Truth. And now all of us remember the tragedy that happened in Japan in 2011. It was an earthquake of the magnitude 9 called Tohoku. And it is great honor for me to introduce Professor Libushin. This is the scientist who predicted this earthquake 3 years before its occurrence, and he actually published several warnings, but his warnings were left without any needed attention. So now Dr. Lyubushin is predicting an earthquake of magnitude 10 in Japan at the Japanese archipelago near the capital of Tokyo along the Nankai Trench. Now we will watch a video with the respected scientist who is a doctor of physics and mathematics, professor, head of the Laboratory of Physics of Oscillations of Test Masses of Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth.
Greetings to all participants within this conference. Global crisis, this already affects everyone. If we take the largest earthquakes in the so-called instrumental era, that is, when seismic events started being recorded with instruments like seismographs, it started in the early 20th century. So it's been 120 years since then. What is interesting here? There hadn't been any earthquakes stronger than an 8.5 magnitude from 1965 to 2004. At the end of 2004, on December 26, a well-known earthquake occurred, referred to as the Sumatra disaster. This Christmas earthquake caused a strong tsunami in the Indian Ocean and killed 300,000 people living in the surrounding area. A powerful aftershock followed right after. Neither before nor after that time has there been a single earthquake of this kind. Since then, nowadays, only about 10 of them have occurred. We may say that since 2004, the intensity of major earthquakes have increased. There were no earthquakes like this before, and for 40 years. And now, there's about 10 of them within this time frame. These are the facts. What is so interesting about this graph? What's interesting is that until the middle of 2003, we observed a slight drop in seismic noise readings around the globe. But since 2003, it started to increase. From 2003 to the present time, there has been a steady increase in synchronicity correlation and synchronization of global seismic noise. Why is this important? The fact is that synchronization, the phenomenon of noise synchronization, in a complex system is a sign of approaching drastic change in its properties. The approaching earthquakes can be determined by synchronization of seismic oscillations in the area where the earthquakes are expected. But it's not just synchronization, it's also the noise itself. Before an earthquake, it becomes simpler, let's say more noise-like, so to say, uniform. But what's interesting here is that the same thing was discovered in the early 90s when studying the heart rhythm of sick and healthy people. The preliminary stages of an earthquake, just like the preliminary stages of a heart attack in people, entails simplification of the structure of random fluctuations. There is a loss of healthy chaos and an approach of unhealthy orderliness. This is what I got when processing the data from Japan. In Japan, there was an increase in correlation and a decrease in healthy chaos. First, we discovered that 2003 was characterized by a certain surge of that response. The Earth, while rotating, just kind of flinched a bit. So the idea immediately came that this is an anomaly of an irregular rotation of the Earth, and it was provoked, or was a trigger for triggering an impact that provoked not only the increase of seismic activity, but also the increase of correlation. So what I'm saying is that the Earth, the irregularity of the Earth's rotation, the seismic noise, and these seismic events are all connected. And the breaking point is when it all started in 2003. I can't imagine this trend disappearing, you know? This trend went up way too much. I mean, sooner or later, it should go down. Or this descending trend must start after some strong, significant geodynamic event. A geological event. You could say it would be a supervolcano explosion, like that of Yellowstone, for example. Or it could be a very strong earthquake. The Tohoku earthquake, just like an earthquake off the coast of Hokkaido, in 2003 was a foreshock of an even more powerful earthquake. What could be more powerful than that 9.1 magnitude? What could be bigger? Based on trends of increasing seismic danger in Japan, everything points to the fact that it's going to be south of Tokyo in the Nankai Trough, with a magnitude of 10. Since there was already a magnitude of 8 and a magnitude of 9, so the next earthquake most likely will be a magnitude of 10. They were all foreshocks, which means each previous one increased the magnitude of the next one. If there is a magnitude of 10, it is possible that all these trends indicate that this will actually end with the great catastrophe in Japan.
Dear friends, dear viewers, did you hear it? This information is crucial, and people of Japan and that region need to be warned. How can this information not to be voiced already now on all channels? The lives of 130 million people are threatened. That's very important now to start to talk about it. And thank you so much for your comments and questions you are asking below this video. And to answer your question, in order not to forget about this conference in 2-3 days, in order not to forget about this crucial information, please, let's start speak right now. Share this conference on your social media networks. Talk to people. Don't share only tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Share every day, every second day, every third day, so that we reach as many people as possible, because we are talking about people's lives. And all about the world today, people are facing global cataclysms. And we are talking from the point of knowledge and research, as every day the volunteers of ALLATRA TV conduct a large-scale monitoring of climate events and bring information to people. Now, let's watch a first-hand video of eyewitnesses to these horrific events.
The climate is changing before our eyes. People are losing their lives. Each of us can be left homeless at any moment. Are you ready to hear the truth from eyewitnesses of the events.
And Texans statewide was reported over 2,500 of the highest low record temperatures ever recorded.
This summer, Western Canada has faced extreme heat, and many cities have reached record high temperatures. The Canadian Rocky Mountains have been burning more than they have in the past 2,000 years.
There was an anomalous, catastrophic event in Cuba when a strong tornado struck some municipalities in the city of Havana. This sudden and violent event caused great horror and anxiety among the population.
The people of Tabasco are now very afraid because the season of rain and hurricanes is damaging a lot of houses. Everything is flooded. In an instant, the downpour causes people to lose everything they worked for.
There have been some violent storms lately that are changing people's lives. They not only affect people's lives, but also deprive them of their means of subsistence, leaving people stranded and terrified, not knowing where to go or what to do.
So it was from one extreme to the other. We were on fire at one point and then we were underwater.
Till March 20th, we had 40,000 aftershocks, the largest of which were of magnitude 5.7.
Unprecedented frosts have blanketed much of France. There hasn't been a cold snap like this for decades.
Really, I imagine 2019, I heard I have a cyclone in Pony in India. I seen it in my own eyes. I witnessed to myself. So I really lost to my paddy fields. I really lost to many animals also. And I heard many people destroyed their home and they are also homeless.
Several flooding occurs every 4 to 5 years and covered 60% of the land mass. The condition of vulnerable people during natural disaster is just unthinkable and undesirable. It's always difficult to describe how miserable their life was.
People are worried because they actually don't know what to expect or what to hope for.
Decades have passed since the original flood control plan was developed, but it has never been implemented. People are still in danger.
There was a freezing rain in Vladivostok. Trees and cars were covered with an ice crust. Many people were left without electricity, without water, without heating.
We were cleaning it all by hand. And one man said, "I'll help you with the first bridge. Then I'll go get the tools I have at home. I'll take my tools and we'll help finish the job." The man returned with his tools in his hands. I asked, "How is your house?" "I don't have a house." He kept on cleaning because what else did the man have to do?
Part of the country is flooded. What is happening in Belgium now is a huge tragedy for its residents. In some areas, the river level has risen by 2.5 meters. Houses are flooded. Cars are floating along the streets that have turned into rivers. People climb onto the roofs waiting for rescuers. But the water is coming up and no one knows what to expect next.
Deadly volcanic eruptions have been experienced in other parts of the continent, and the latest ravaged parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which caused severe damages and casualties, and also forced thousands of people into evacuation and also into terrible living conditions.
At times it's really extreme. There's flooding, so sometimes people are affected, like people end up drowning, but mostly people have to move with their families. They lose property.
Trees and so many agricultural products destroyed. This is the first time we've seen such instances happening in this country.
So when I witnessed the disaster of the climate, about the migration of the farmers from the riverside to the around the town and lead their life on the roadside because of the climate change disaster or the overflooding of the river affected their area, their agriculture, their home.
Local media do not report on some events which is happening in China right now. So a logic question arises, why are people not given the true information about what is happening with climate right now?
Now we have to start to solve this problem intensely, because soon it may be too late.
I also witnessed the storm that hit us in Saarland about a week ago. Apart from flooded basements and fallen trees, we were not as badly affected as people in neighboring regions who face severe flooding, landslides, and mud, lava-like flows that buried entire houses and much more. People are still without water, without electricity, without means of communication, without food. They are still trapped on rooftops and cannot cross some roads because the roads are no longer there. We were predicted that climate change would be tangible in 50 or 100 years, but now we know that it is very close and very real, even here in Germany.
Doch jetzt wissen wir, dass sehr nah ist und sehr real, auch hier in Deutschland.
Hello, I'm David from Germany. Just recently, we had severe flooding. People were shocked and not ready for this. Suddenly, we saw how just a few hours of heavy rains caused flooding that washed away cars and houses. This was really shocking to all of us. We were in a state of shock as something that seemed to be very distant was right here at our door. If we take a look a few years back, we must note that extreme weather events occur due to climate change. We had a severe drought in Germany during the last 3 years, and now suddenly there is such a flood. There is no doubt that the climate is changing, and because of this, the frequency of these extreme events is increasing. Even such an industrialized country as Germany was not, in my opinion, properly prepared and proved to be quite vulnerable and susceptible to such events. People were not warned and were not evacuated in advance. Obviously, the disaster management service did not work. If we take a look at the climate situation in the world, we see that new record-breaking droughts, flooding, and forest fires occur everywhere. Human life is in danger more often, and now it has affected Germany. Many people lost their lives, and more than 1,000 people are still missing. We, people, feel that we need to do something. Only by uniting, we have at least some chance to cope with such situations, which are becoming more frequent. Creative society is a solution for change in the society, exactly in which a human life will be the highest priority, in which necessary conditions to protect human life throughout the world will be created. Just imagine what the least developed countries will do. These countries have no opportunities whatsoever to overcome extreme climatic events, and human life is not protected there. I think that in recent days, we, Germans, have realized how important it is for us to unite, to stick together, and not to let anyone divide us. Only together do we have prospects for the future. Exactly such a prospect is what the creative society offers. It's our only way out, because only in unity can we protect human life and ensure a future for us and future generations.
Breaking News on ALLATRA TV is an international project which is created by volunteers from all over the world with the purpose of informing about large-scale, anomalous, and uncommon natural disasters. This is daily comprehensive analysis and monitoring of information about the state of the planet.
People break silence in order to convey the truth about the climate crisis and the way out of it. To survive, we need to act together today. Otherwise, tomorrow will be too late.
Everything that we have now seen is a shock, and the fact that we people must remain indifferent is an extreme form of madness. Therefore, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in the conference. Global crisis, this already affects everyone. Today, on the 24th of July, 2021, we have gathered together not in order to divide territory or build fences of a skyscraper height to separate from each other, but to understand that the situation is critical. And this situation affects every person. Today, some of us watch news channels showing human misfortune and helplessness, where nature is raging. They believe that it doesn't concern them, and they continue thinking this way. That it is happening somewhere far, not with them. Or like Dushan was saying today, that it happened 100 years ago already. But the truth is that we all of us are living on one giant volcano that can erupt with fire or water at any moment. Yet, when all of us will be falling into the abyss together, it will be too late to change anything. We should make changes now. In any situation, there is a point of no return. We are already very close to it. Facts that are presented today have shown that everything is growing exponentially. Today, we still have an opportunity to save ourselves. But the truth is that this requires unification of the entire humanity's potential. Aspiration and desire of every person is necessary. But what do we see now? Thousands of invitations going back to Robert's speech. We can say that there was a great number of invitations to this conference. They were sent to famous people, to leaders of opinion, those whom many people listened to, but they remained unanswered, although our letters were read. And these leaders are not with us today. Some of them, again, as we mentioned, they asked us about the amount of money they will get and named numbers with 6 zeros after a number for their participation in this conference. Others didn't consider it prestigious enough for their personas to speak on the platform that unites millions of people. And there are even those who openly stand in the way, because their main goal is to fulfill themselves as a mega alpha. This is actually the essence of consumer society, which we've been talking about so much today. As long as this is happening, as long as there are those who are too lazy, who are unwilling, who simply don't care, as long as there are those who cannot put together objective facts and don't want to see the truth, as long as there are those in whom human feelings and compassion have atrophied, we will not be able to change the rules of the game and implement the only way out that we are now discussing. After all, the creative society format is the highest form of humaneness, and aspiration to direct all forces, the entire potential, to direct it on salvation and protection of the most important thing on this planet, human life. your life, the life of your son or your daughter. Now many people have a question in their heads. But what can I do? You can do a very simple thing, which is at the same time very difficult, to speak. You can speak, tell and notify everyone around. You can convey this information, knock at every door. And you can begin right now. From what we heard and seen today, it is clear that the countdown for our civilization has already started. Although we have even failed to become a civilization, there cannot be dozens of civilizations on the planet. There can only be one. Yet, in order for us to become a civilization, we need to unite based on the only thing which is the real essence of every human, based on humaneness, and take this saving step together into the creative society. Once we become a civilization, we will be able to survive, because in such a case, technological progress and mega artificial intelligence will help us. But we should succeed in uniting as one big human family before we reach the point of no return. Because in this unity of people, the unity of intellectual, scientific and spiritual potential of all humanity, not only salvation is possible, but also an evolutionary leap. What should we do in order to unite? We should understand, realize and feel that all of us are dear and near people. As long as we divide each other into friends and foes, us and them, nothing will work out. Just imagine, if we do understand this, but it will be too late to change anything, it means we will lose. We will lose our lives and the lives of those whom we love. Today, we, as the participants of ALLATRA movement and the Creative Society project, we often hear, we see how important this is for you. You are so motivated. But let me ask you a question. Is it not important to you as well? Or do you think that if someone dies today, you are alive and everything is fine? However, tomorrow, there might be nothing. No future, no house, no tree in your garden, no opportunities and no resources. So what will you do then?
Спасибо большое, Алина.
Thank you so much, Alina. Thank you. Thank you for your sincere words, touching my heart. Dear friends, hello. Now you have probably a question. Why is this all happening? Why are the cataclysms increasing? The reason is that our planet has a cycle of cataclysms. Every 12,000 years, cataclysms occur on the planet. And now we are entering the active phase of this cycle. Why haven't you heard about it yet? Why isn't it taught in school? Because the information about cyclicity was carefully hidden by those who hope to write it out in a bunker while the rest of 8 billion people will be destroyed by cataclysms. But it will not work to hide out. And thank God, there are honest people among scientists. Look at the screen. Here you can see those scientists who came to the understanding of the cyclical nature of cataclysms happening approximately every 12,000 years. All of them, independently of each other, came to the understanding. Each tried to describe it in his own hypothesis, but the essence is one. This is a catastrophe of planetary scale that our civilization had not yet experienced. 12,000 years ago, there were sharp climatic changes on the planet, which ended up with global warming and rise of the world's oceans. In geology, there is evidence of catastrophes not only of the last cycle, but also of the 24 and 36,000 years ago. These evidences are layers of coal, volcanic ash, traces of flooding of territory, and changes in the magnetic field, evidence of paleontology and archaeology. Right here on the slides, you see the information of Professor Douglas. Geologists have been thinking in terms of millions of years, but if we had joined our efforts and conducted an interdisciplinary study together with astrophysicists, we would have studied this cyclicity very well long ago. Every 12,000 years, our solar system crosses the region of intergalactic interactions in the Orion Arms at the near and far interaction points, which means that there are a large cycle of 24,000 years, the near point of interaction, and small one, 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, more catastrophic destruction occurs. Now it will be the near point of interactions, which means that the cataclysms will be many times stronger than in the past 12,000 years. Getting into the points of intergalactic interactions, our planet Earth comes to the region of increased galactic radiation. And right now I suggest watching the video that will demonstrate that the cyclicity of 12,000 years are connected with the cosmic processes of galactic scale, and at this stage we have no way to influence it.
Cyclicality of climate disasters. 12,000 years ago, there was an era of dramatic climate change. Rapid sea level rising, earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, and lava rains from the black sky. According to geologist John Embry, a climate revolution occurred around 11,000 BC, accompanied by accelerated sedimentation and a sudden rise of Atlantic water level. Overall, the objective evidence strongly suggests that a great cataclysm occurred in the 11th millennium BC. It had such profound implications that it became a particular watershed between two very different eras in the history of our planet. Further evidence of the cataclysm was the fact that animals died out most intensely between 11,000 and 9,000 BC, when violent and inexplicable climatic fluctuations occurred. Despite the explicit taboo in science, many scientists today speak that everything on the planet happens in certain cycles, including global climatic events. A logical question arises. What kind of cycles result in global cataclysms? The report by Smotron on Geostrategy 21 website reads, "The current stage of the planet's and civilization's existence is characterized by the fact that at the turning of the second and third millennia, the Earth passes through almost simultaneous ending of several rounds of individual evolutionary spirals of the galactic solenoid at once. They include its cyclic revolutions of about 2,000 years, 12,000 years, and 370,000 years." Vladimir Vasilyevich Bubanyunkov studied the cycles of the Earth's evolution, astrophysical, geological, biological, and historical. They all turned out to be subject to the great cycle of the change of epochs, lasting 11,911 years. This number is a multiple of the periods of revolution around the Sun of all its planets, with precision down to 1/100th of a terrestrial year. Alexander Mikhailovich Botrin. I maintain that the planets also revolve around their center of mass, in the direction perpendicular to the plane of its orbit. As a result of such rotation, the planet Earth occasionally flips over in space by 360 angular degrees, thus triggering a cyclicity of global events. The global catastrophe with the periodicity of 12,166 years, the entire appearance of the Earth and natural conditions periodically change, which directly affects the historical development of humankind. Igor Petrovich Kopolov and Vitaly Vasilyevich Bushiev. The small 13,000-year galactic half-cycles are also related to global climate changes and other catastrophic events, but they proceed without the magnetic field polarity reversal. The boundary of these cycles is distinctly defined by the rise of the ocean level and global climate changes. These events have received the name of the World Flood. Concerning the fact that the World Flood had occurred, modern science has no doubts about that. The true cause of global climate change on Earth is the cyclicality of intergalactic processes. The galaxy is a single electromagnetic system interacting with all objects in it, including the solar system. Any small changes in the galaxy is reflected in the Sun, and as a consequence affects all processes, not only on Earth, but also on other planets of the solar system. The Earth is not the only planet in the solar system undergoing climate change. The increasing amount of Pluto's black spots, polar shifts on Uranus, changes in Neptune's light intensity, and melting of ice caps on Mars make it clear that changes are underway throughout the entire solar system. The fact that other planets and moons in the solar system are also warming, and apparently there is no anthropogenic emission of greenhouse gases there as such, proves that CO2 is not the main driver of our planet's warming. Mars, Triton, Pluto, and Jupiter all show signs of global warming. Thus, there are many factors influencing the Sun and the solar system. These factors need to be taken into account as they affect climate change. As stated in the report of scientists from ALLATRA Science on the program and consequences of global climate changes on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems. The mistake was that many scientists in the past did not consider the impact of the increasing acceleration of the universe cosmic factors and astronomical processes on the global climate system of the planet. The scientific paper by academician Nikolai Petrov, Solving the Problem of Earth's Climate Change from the Position of Laws of Life Preservation in Space, says, during one period of orbiting around the center of the galaxy, the solar system makes more than 8,000 zodiacal turns along the spiral trajectory. Due to this, the polarity of the external magnetic field is rhythmically changing with respect to the moving solar system. This means that the information magnetic field of the galaxy adjusts the energy condition of the solar system in general, and the rhythmic climate change on the Earth in particular. Global climate change on Earth is mainly a derivative of astronomical processes and their cyclicity. This cyclicity is inevitable. The geological history of our planet shows that the Earth has experienced such phases of global climate change many times before. Today, we see how climatic disasters on the Earth are intensifying day by day, and each inhabitant of the planet will come to face them one way or another. As we already know, these events will only keep increasing because it is the next 12,000 cycle that we are facing. Thanks to the knowledge from ALLATRA presented in the scientists' report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, we understand that it is not only the Sun that causes climate change, but it is the cyclical processes in space which are continually occurring and as a consequence affect the planets in the form of climate disasters, and we, as humanity, have just entered the active phase of this cycle. To date, scientific and technological progress does not allow us to influence global processes in space and on Earth. As a result, we cannot oppose these changes. So, the only chance to survive is to unite and get ready for the coming catastrophes that keep increasing with every passing day.
Как вы видели,
As you have seen, these processes are taking place in the entire solar system. I emphasize on all planets of solar system. Will you still continue to believe that it is our anthropogenic carbon dioxide and methane have reached other planets? It would have been very funny if it weren't so sad, because the media is imposing on us the lie that climate change is allegedly caused by carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, and people without truthful information believe these lies. So what is happening to the planet now? As a result of the cyclic galactic interaction in 1998, there was a jump of the inner core. Now the iron core of our planet is displaced to the north. It beats in the process of rotation and is discordant. Because of this dissonance, the electromagnetic field of the planet, which is generated by the core, decreases inside the planet. And now we see the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field and the abnormal drift of the North Magnetic Pole. The interaction of all spheres of the planet, which was precisely attuned, is being untied like a knot. There are failures of the rhythms in the Earth. Due to the displacement of the core, the Earth began to spin a little bit faster and its volume increased. Therefore, the sensors detect its expansion. The centrifugal force of the planet is increased. The water began to disappear deep into the bowels. Therefore, rivers and wells are becoming shallow all over the world. As a result of the weakening of the Earth's electromagnetic field, the atmosphere is discharged and its pressure decreases. It is the magnetic field that holds our atmosphere. Without it, we will lose oxygen. There are scientists who say that it is the winds and currents caused by human dioxide emissions that allegedly accelerate the rotation of the planet. This is, pardon me, idiocy. From the fact that dry winds float faster on a soap bubble, the planet will not rotate faster. Now we already know a lot about the structure of the planet, more than enough to create a model for it, a model of a solid body with a liquid content and a solid core. The microvibrations of the core are precisely at dissonance. The Earth is not in resonance with the Sun right now. The most important thing for us is the Sun. We interact with it and it protects us, and now during the solar minimum, the Sun's protection has sunk. The beating of the core creates microvibrations, a shock wave. Microseismic manifestations increase, vibrations increase. There is a ridge of 1,000 microvibrations in half an hour. Because of them, microcracks are formed in the lithosphere. The pressure inside the planet increases, the magma rises higher and higher, and now we see that heating of the lithosphere is higher than it was, precisely that very heating that melts the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland from the bottom up. The same heating that warms the oceans, the same rise of magma is now increasing volcanic activity. And you know what else? There is much more water inside the Earth than on the Earth's surface. Now, the hot contents inside the planet are rising higher. It won't be long till magma approaches the deep water reserves. Then, its evaporation will begin. Already now we are seeing the same greenhouse effect, which mainly consists of water vapor. Have you noticed how the number of floods have increased over the past decades? Now we will see when the water starts to evaporate massively, what is happening? What will happen? The exhalation of the planet will manifest itself in the fact that all the water will return to us in catastrophic showers. The biblical flood no longer seems like something that has nothing to do with it, right? I appeal to those scientists who have already understood the danger of the whole situation. How long will you be silent to know about the fact that in the next decade, all the humanity will be swept away by cataclysms, to see it on all of your charts, devices, and be silent? Are you all insane? You are being silent allegedly to not frighten people, not to raise panic, and simply being idle to pass a death sentence to all humanity, whereas now, knowing the truth, we can still change everything and we can survive. People rely on you, but you are just cowards. They believe that everything will be fine and sleep in ignorance while our planet is falling apart. For saving them, you just need to simply step over yourself and start telling the truth. You are still afraid for your reputation, big-name scientists of the world. Those who know the truth are being silent, and the rest are just not seeing the whole picture. Global picture. A true scientist, a scientist is a person primarily, human from the capital H. He realizes that the lives of billions of people depend on his decisions and words. And thank God there are such people among scientists, and they are no longer silent. People need to know the truth. And we invite you to join the new conference on December the 4th, 2021, Global Crisis, Time for Truth. Join us. Together we will be able to convey the urgency of the whole situation for building the creative society. It's time to tell the truth.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you from all people and from all sensible scientists of the entire world. Thanks a lot for this vitally important information. I have a question for everyone who is listening to us right now. Tell us, please, whom can we lay hopes upon? Already now, right now, at this very second, global cataclysms are taking place. While people mostly don't know their true causes, and don't know the way out, which they still have today. Now, we are having this live broadcast. We are being heard in 72 languages. These heroes who are voicing the truth, who really care about people, they are here with us. They are at this conference. And the entire world is listening to them now, because people from all over the world themselves want this and implement it. But there could have been more of such scientists who would be here telling the truth. We people from 180 countries, yes, that's 180 countries, actually tried to reach out to a great number of scientists, the most famous ones at that, to those who give advice to that very UN. Has everyone used this chance? As we can see, many of them have preferred, given preference to silence. But don't you understand that by your cowardice, you are depriving of life from not only yourselves, but every single person? It is your responsibility. Here's just one example of how one of the so-called serious scientists responded to us. We contacted a very famous scientist who also consults and writes reports for the United Nations. However, to our invitation to speak openly and tell the truth at this all-human conference, he said it straightforward. Breathe, guys. That they pay him for talking about carbon dioxide, CO2, and he cannot talk about other things. Although he does know the truth, and he said it straight during the telephone conversation. I have a question for such scientists. Has CO2 seriously ruined your brain? Is this even funny? People, I have a question for you. Whom do you rely on? Do you hope that those people at the very top or somebody else will warn and save you or your family? Those who have wallets
instead of hearts and common sense. We understand that there is no point, none at all, in relying on such scientists, because they're not scientists. Therefore, all honest people have gathered here in order to convey this truth to others, so that even such mercenary individuals would have a chance to voice the truth and purify their conscience that will visit them at night. Just think, you who believe that this doesn't concern you, because of your silence and inaction, you and all of us will die. Friends, in YouTube, comments, emails, and our other platforms, you ask a question. Here's the answer for all of us. It's plain for all to see. Here is what causes our death: indifference, soullessness, laziness, cowardice. When a person knows the truth and takes decisions to be silent, he deprives others of a chance. After all, he leaves this truth only for himself and pretends that he doesn't know it. But what is next? Next, we see climate refugees who are being undressed and raped. We see people who were not warned. Precisely in order to unite all together and jointly speak this truth, we invite all sensible people to the next conference. If you want to tell the truth, here is your one and only opportunity. And here is the ALLATRA platform, a platform for all people, all 7.9 billion people. Here, honest people speak about the real situation, and every single one of them do their very best to reach out to everyone. But in order to reach out to everyone, our endeavors here are insufficient, because every single one of you is needed. Yes, we need everyone. No jokes. We need you. Let us now do something before it is simply too late. Today, we can still build the creative society. Today, we have time. Tomorrow, we may no longer have it. Thank you again, Lisa, and thank you to all the scientists that stepped forward, all the diplomats, all those who hold important positions, all the technical support, and every single person that truly strives to build this world. Thank you.
Lena, we don't hear you.
And Alina, we cannot hear you right now. Thank you very much. I don't think we can hear you right now, Alina, but thank you very much, Elizabeth, for your courage, for the fact that you, being such a fragile woman, are not afraid to stand ahead of the entire scientific community and speak the truth in the name of saving humanity. Thank you very much, Jason, for speaking up. And now, you have voiced what all the greatest eminent scientists in the world should have been shouting about since 1998, but so far they're silent. Thank God that we have opened our eyes now. Until this moment, this information was fully covered and now it's revealed to the whole world. Many of us have learned this shocking truth for the first time, which completely changes the human perception of climate change. This is shocking and sobering. What we will do next with this knowledge, sit on the couch pretending that nothing happens, or wake up and start acting, is our choice. And now I would like to introduce Douglas Vogt, a researcher who has also talked about cyclicity.
Hello, my name is Douglas Vogt, chairman of the Diehl Foundation, a nonprofit science foundation here in the United States. And our objective is to explain and discover the causes of the Ice Age and geomagnetic reversals throughout time. And thank you very much for inviting me to your lovely conference. So the reason why this reversal happens has to do with a clock cycle that runs through time. It has nothing to do with a comet or meteor hitting the Earth, because that would be a random event. This is not a random event. By carbon-14 dating and other dating methods, it happens every 12,068 years. The evidence for the geomagnetic reversal as a timeline, as a clock cycle, is due to the research I did, and I collected a lot of information that showed the carbon-14 dating by geologists in various sediments around the world. And those tables, I included some of them in my Series 4, Part 4A, and you'll see some of the database tables. And in those tables, you'll see clearly about 6 or 7 cycles, roughly every 12,000 years, you had this reversal happen. And where you have a magnetic reversal, but the carbon-14 dating shows that's where it was. And that's one way I found it repeatedly. And in fact, I had so many, I had to cut down how many would be in the book. Otherwise, I'd have literally hundreds just for carbon-14 dating. The other dating method was organic material like logs found in glacial till. And they also showed 4 cycles every 12,000 years back, and it's the material that's found in the glacial till, proving the Ice Age did happen. And then finally, on volcanic material, same thing. Logs and stuff like that were burned underneath a lava flow, and they also carbon-14 dated in cycles of every roughly 12,000 years. For this polar reversal and cataclysm happening, it is a clock cycle. It is independent. It's this dihole that creates our reality has this clock cycle, and this is what happens during it. For the planets and the stars nova and the planets, the increased heat in the center of the planet is like what's going on in the center of the star, and we're going to have more earthquakes before the event happens. We're going to have more volcanoes going off and things like that. You can't stop it. And then we are, in fact, having that going on right now. A lot of volcanoes going off all over worldwide. So it's a mechanism. What government is currently trying to tell everybody or brainwash everyone to think that CO2 emissions caused by mankind is causing global warming. You have to have a very low IQ to think that. The only heat source for the surface of the Earth is the sun. We, as little ants on this thing, we do not cause anything like that. There was an Air Force report, or government report back in the 70s, and University of Washington had it. And they did a study exactly of that. And they found that the sun was the main reason. It was not CO2 at all. So the federal government did the study a long time ago. They knew the truth. And so That's it. It's a lie. I was lucky to figure out the drop dead date, the date this thing's going to happen. The North Pole a magnetic North Pole, or the new pole, which will soon be the South Pole, will be roughly around Nova Zembla, north of Russia. And I think that's also roughly the longitude that's going to be high noon when that sun novas. It's going to get worse. The climate's going to get worse. There's going to be more rain, more storms, because the sun's output is going to cause more evaporation in the oceans. And you in Europe are going to get dumped on, as well as us too. And there'll be more volcanoes, more earthquakes, etc., etc. So you'll know something bad is about to happen. The UV, by the way, the UV exposure also is going to be going up. It's been going up here in Florida. The sun is, in fact, expanding and producing more energy. That's the truth. How does it start? Well, it starts like what's going on right now, the decaying Earth's magnetic field and the movement of the field. Those are the signs you could set your atomic clock to this cycle when it happens, literally. What actually happens at the day of the reversal? Okay. It's a collection of disasters almost all at once. At the time this thing happens, you'll have the oceans, you in Europe, if you're in England or in France, immediately the ocean would be towards you real fast. I don't know if it's going to be 300 or 400 miles an hour, but you're going to have the Atlantic Ocean come and visit you. So first you get the ocean coming towards you. In 8 minutes then, you'll see the sun nova. If you're outside and you're anywhere along that longitude, I suspect you'll be dead within seconds, because the heat from that nova could be 3 or 4, even 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit in one shot. And it causes a tremendous amount of ocean water to evaporate on that side. And at the same time, when that happens, it creates a shock wave that's caused by water. When it goes immediately to steam, instantly, it creates a steam explosion. The cosmic rays will nail you and kill you. The ocean water of the Atlantic will be rushing across Africa and the European continent. A lot of it will be evaporated as the sun's heat heats it up and evaporates it. And so everything, plant life on the side of the earth that gets the sun treatment gets cooked, burned. That's actually the source of coal. And the ocean water basically saves some of the plant life. It'll deposit this burning logs and stuff like that along the Ural Mountains or any kind of mountains that run north and south. As it goes around for about 100 days or so, it's going to be the worst. I think I answered the total disaster. I want everyone to understand this. Extremely few people survived it 12,000 years ago. Very, very few. So it's a lot of water is evaporated. As I explained earlier, it's like 450 feet of ocean water the last time got evaporated. All that water comes back to the earth in the form of first hot rain, then snow. And that snow piles up, and you have a colossal ice age. So, I mean, these are some of the things that are going to be happening. I mean, it's a cacophony of disaster. It's not like anything that man is used to, except those who survived it 12,000 years ago. We'd be all back to the Stone Age, what few would survive. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to give up the cell phones, the computers. We don't want to give these things up. And I don't want those things to get given up either. But I'd like to be able to make it so many hundreds of thousands or millions of people can survive this thing. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of sad, but nothing we can do about it other than to work towards saving our ass. You got to be constructive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vogt. It was a true pleasure to meet you, and we're glad that you did all this research And you're openly and honestly talking to us today about cyclicity and the cataclysms of 12,000-year cycle. And I just wanted to also quickly mention that right now I'm in the Metro Detroit area in Michigan, and currently, as we're speaking right now, we have a tornado warning right here, and also a severe thunderstorm warning happening right now. So we can see that climate has no stops. And but we'll still be here and we'll continue the conference. Thank you.
Yes, I also would like to sincerely thank Mr. Vog for his efforts to warn and save humanity from destruction and cyclical cataclysms. Your tremendous work in comparing and analyzing the materials truly deserves respect. It is important for all humanity. And we want to discuss the topic of cyclic cataclysms in more detail on the roundtable, and we will do it after in next days. But right now, what is most important to mention that back then the situation was much better. During the last cycle, we have the people did not destroy planet to such an extent. There was the ice was there, the permafrost remained, and we can study it. We can drill the well and study these analyses, study the soils, and prove it for ourselves, because there are really a lot of evidence for these events. And now this is really a very hard situation for all of us, and there are a lot of questions appears. What will happen next? And really, to answer this question, we can think that maybe without building a creative society, making these conditions, it will be really, even like in best case scenarios, only few people will survive. But what then? What is the purpose? And it's really hard to say, but people, even if they will survive, they will have question how to live. And the alive ones will envy the dead. Thank you, and I pass the word to Dusan.
Děkuju. Velmi na mě zapůsobila informace, kterou přednesl jeden z našich řečníků ohledně eugeniky.
Thank you. I was very impressed by the information about eugenics voiced by one of our speakers. And I would like to add that indeed a small bunch of people will not be able to withstand these global cataclysms. Even if there were 500 million of us left today, as some so-called experts suggest, it would still change nothing in the situation. If this had been done about 200 years ago, it could have prolonged human existence and humanity would have had another 100 years remaining. But today, it's already too late. And what is happening to the world right now? Now, we are almost 8 billion of us. But what is the use of such humanity where people hate, kill and destroy each other? Yes, our potential is enormous, but we can actually unite. Can we actually unite? In this consumerist world, we have been separated and turned into idiots and fools, and to such an extent that even when you tell people obvious things, there are those who don't believe you. Now, open your eyes, look at the world, look at what a progression of cataclysms is going on. So you think that we should just sit and wait until everything collapses? After all, this affects you too. You too will cease to exist, just like your relatives or any of us. But today, each person is important. After all, we cannot do anything without people. If we as humanity do not unite, then all our efforts will be in vain.
Maybe we should have done some severe eugenics back then, so that those who are left would have saved human civilization. Or is it better to have a huge crowd of 8 billion who cannot save their own asses? What is the use of us if we are like animals to each other? The rule of 6 handshakes did not work. Of course, many people were inspired, but we have not yet achieved our goal of informing the entire humanity. Why? Because there is a lot of selfishness in society. People take care of their immediate, personal interests without thinking about tomorrow. Is it really hard for you to tell others about the creative society? To tell people about the only way out? You keep telling everyone, collapse is going on over there. And the answer is, they deserved it. Isn't it crazy when one part of our planet is happy that another part is collapsing? Why is there such an attitude? Because the worst prevails in us. It illustrates the state of our society today. It shows that we are degraded morally in all human aspects. Some are preoccupied with their personal problems, improving their own lives, while others are dominated by the lowest moral standards. Still others are totally insane in general, and this is our modern society. We have been brainwashed to forget how to think, love, or respect each other. We are sick consumption machines. We are slaves of the consumerist format. All we want is a new gadget or clothes. What are our dreams about? What dreams do people have today? There was a poll. How do you envision the future? More advanced cell phones, smartwatches, and so on. This is what people answered. Isn't this crazy? That's all that most of us are capable of? If we do nothing about this now, if we keep silent, if we don't force morons to become smarter, then we're doomed. People do not think about themselves. People think nothing about their loved ones, their children, or anyone else. They just enjoy themselves. Other people need proof, sort of convince me. This retard cannot even connect the dots, let alone more. So, what is our perspective as humanity? That's a simple question. Really? Isn't it scary? How can we do anything in this kind of society? Yet we must do something. Because our lives depend on these morons too, and not just them. Isn't that so? It's a brutal reality. And now I have a question for everyone who is listening. Are you happy with this reality? Or are you willing to act to change things for the better?
Yushin, thank you so much for this information. It's so important to understand now that neither population reduction nor any other means will help us to survive, except the building of a creative society. We have no time to lose. And indeed, the question you asked at the end of your speech, should be answered by every single person. Friends, let's stop for a second and think, and then answer that question. Are you satisfied with the reality, or are you ready to act in order to change things for better?
we still have hope. Because today's conference was initiated and implemented by volunteers from 180 countries of the world. It's been simultaneously translated into 72 languages to give an opportunity to millions of people to hear. This is life-saving information. And for the first time in history, we hear the truth about the real situation on Earth, scientific truth of facts. And this information is given to us in order to help us make the right choice. And now I give the floor to Dr. Gayal. He is a member of the National Tourism Advisory Council with the Ministry of Tourism in India. Also, he is a founder and chairman of STRS Travel Group. Mr. Gayal, the floor is yours.
Greetings from India to all the people on this beautiful planet of ours, because we are a generation who have become aware of the crisis that is there, and probably will be the last generation who have the opportunity to save it. That is the reason why I am participating, and I'm grateful for giving me the honor of participating in this international event. I think what all of you are doing and what the movement you're doing of saving the planet is a very, very great initiative. And on behalf of the Indian people, the Indian tourism and aviation industry, and I would like to assure you my fullest cooperation in making this movement a grand success. Friends, it is now or never. Either, we will all die and we will, this planet will be finished unless we wake up. Global warming is going on. We are seeing our glaciers, melting. We see floods taking place. There are flash floods recently in the Himalayan mountains also. In the state of Uttarakhand, there was another flash flood. So these things need to be prevented. We need to have a linking of our rivers because there are areas where there is drought. You see, we are trying to, find life on the Mars and on the moon, but we are not taking care of the life that is there, in Africa and in various slums in India and also in various countries of South and Southeast Asia. So I think that movement should go all over the planet. And I think if this is done, then we hope that your movement, which initiative you people have taken, will become an international revolution, because it is not just for our survival. We probably have lived most of our life, but it is for the survival of our children and grandchildren, so that this planet remains alive and it is not destroyed, self-destroyed by the greed and short-sightedness and narrow outlook of this generation which is inhabiting this planet. And I hope that this planet will remain full of life, not just human life, plant life, animal life, and will not end up rotating like a ball of fire aimlessly around the sun. I hope that we'll be able to succeed, because it is now or never, and we hope that we all shall overcome. God bless us, and God bless our movement, and I hope that we can and we will be able to save this beautiful planet of ours. Time is short, so we need to all wake up, and I appeal to all the people who are attending this conference that please take a pledge today that we have to do it now, and let us not leave it for tomorrow, what can be done today, because the hour of decision has arrived and it can no longer be ignored, because to ignore it will be a complete disaster of mankind, complete destruction of the planet. So let us save it and let us not destroy it. So this is my appeal to all the viewers of this conference and historical conference. And I hope that this conference will be the turning of the tide on behalf of the Indian tourism industry and the people of India. I can assure you that we will leave no stone unturned in order to make this movement a grand success. Thank you. God bless you. God bless all of us. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное, господин Гаял. Очень сильные слова. Вы абсолютно правы. Нам пора проснуться.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayal. You're totally right. We need to wake up. Next, shocking information will be announced about the destruction of the ozone layer, the weakening of the magnetic field, and the enhancing of cosmic radiation. All these processes are the result of the cycle of 12,000 years, and I'm pleased to introduce you the next speaker, Doctor of Geological and Mineralogical Sciences, leading researcher of the Department of Petrology and Volcanology of the Geological Faculty of the Lomonosov Moscow State University, Severotkin Vladimir Leonidovich. He has been studying the problem of the destruction of the ozone layer as a result of natural degazing of the surface for more than 30 years and found that the ozone layer is being destroyed over tectonic fault zones and volcanic regions, and also the changes in the ozone layer are one of the most important climate change factors.
The international conference, Global Crises. This already affects everyone. I'm happy to welcome you. My name is Vladimir Zavortkin. I'm a doctor of geological and mineralogical sciences, a leading research associate at the geology department of Lomonosov Moscow State University. Let me begin our conversation with today's weather. Abnormal heat and the ruined ozone layer are the real causes of climatic anomalies that no one talks about nowadays. People on the planet talk about carbon dioxide, anthropogenic impacts. Something about methane is being mentioned now. Cows should be hung or slaughtered. But on March 22, 1985, the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer was signed, where weather and climatic anomalies were mentioned as the second threat to the ozone layer, following the biologically active ultraviolet light. The Vienna Convention was signed by 196 countries. Can you name at least one scientist who would start with the ozone layer when speaking about climate anomalies? I've brought you straight to the point that we must discuss the ozone layer. Nothing will work without paying attention to the ozone layer. We can, so to say, set aside and just forget what we were told, that the ozone layer is being destroyed by technogenic gases, such as freons. Those freons, which were most blamed for destroying the ozone layer, were almost entirely withdrawn 25 to 30 years ago. And the mistake of modern science is that problems of both climate and the ozone layer are studied by, let's say, laboratory chemists and laboratory physicists. Although, when we speak about the change of atmospheric composition, then in both cases, in the ozone layer problem and in the climate problem, it is us. Geologists and geochemists, who should be the first to speak. So, I'm not a white crow in this problem, but I'm its major and legitimate participant, because if we study reactions in test tubes
and then try to input them into the general system of our planet Earth, nothing will work, as we already see. We can see that freons have indeed been withdrawn under the Montreal Protocol, which regulates production and consumption of 100 chemical compounds. Let me disclose a secret to those who don't know. The ozone layer continues to go to ruin. Moreover, the degree of ozone depletion steadily increases. We will now present to you 3 maps of average monthly anomalies in the total column ozone in the Northern Hemisphere. In March 2011, we can see a 35% average monthly ozone loss. 4 years later, in January through February 2016, as you can see on the map right now, there is a loss of 40%. The numbers I'm voicing are crazy. They are insane. It's the average monthly loss. In the previous year, 2020, in the month of March, the loss was already 50%. So we can see that the ozone layer in the Northern Hemisphere is experiencing enormous damage. But nobody really cares about that. Moreover, the pace of destruction starts in January and can last until May, as it was in 2020. At that, we know, and the Montreal Protocol was actually adopted due to this, that every percent of ozone loss over our heads between 1 and 10% means an increase in the so-called photogenic diseases and all other diseases as well, because one of the effects of ultraviolet rays is a widespread decrease in immunity. Nowadays, we have to remember that. Yet, there is another threat associated with hydrogen, particularly that hydrogen which reaches us from the sun, solar rays, or more precisely, proton particles, as well as galactic hydrogen, galactic cosmic rays, which are also hydrogen in nature. The danger is that the Earth's magnetic field is pulsating. It is getting sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. Now, it is actually weakening. And in this case, it stops being a good impenetrable protection for those very cosmic proton rays. Now let's go back to the study of ozone depletion. As the Vienna Convention signed by all nations tells us, the cause of the ozone layer depletion is emission of hydrogen from the Earth's core. Hydrogen is an ozone-depleting gas. Therefore, the ozone layer is ruined where hydrogen is emitted. We can do nothing but predict. We know where the most vulnerable places are in terms of ozone depletion, and if we study the causes affecting the rhythm of these emissions, while the emissions are rhythmic, at the peaks of hydrogen coming out of the ground, we can read the cosmic rhythm. It is still unclear how the core of our planet is arranged and according to what laws hydrogen is emitted from it. It's just that from cracks in the Earth's crust, hydrogen is emitted and it burns. Hydrogen and methane often go together. You see, this lie about the cause of ozone depletion has now been added to another lie about the crucial role of anthropogenic gases, carbon dioxide. I studied this problem, and I can say that in the group of gases that possess a greenhouse effect, water vapor plays a major role in the greenhouse effect on our planet. Roughly 80%. 10% are trace gases. What are they? These are the very freons, ozone, methane, and carbon dioxide gases that everyone is talking about. 10%. But of those 10%, only 10% is anthropogenic. Hence, the total contribution of anthropogenic carbon dioxide to the greenhouse effect on our planet is 1%. Now let's proceed right to the processes which are indicated as evidence of anthropogenic global warming.
First of all, it is well documented that in the center of Antarctica nothing is melting from top. On the contrary, ice is building up there. Antarctica is melting from below. The heat flux that has been intensified or is being intensified by emissions of that same flammable hydrogen gas oxidizes to release energy and begins to melt the ice. And water flows in the subglacial tunnels and is discharged around the entire Antarctica into the polar seas of the ocean. The same is in Greenland. In 2020, there was the severest ozone layer depletion on the planet in the history of observation. Due to what? Due to the increase in hydrogen emissions, as we can see on the ozone maps. So what happened in 2020 that confused everyone, so to say? Thousands of birds were falling down from the sky. Whole flocks of them died. Fish were dying in rivers and seas. Whales were suffocating and threw themselves ashore. Why? In every case, they come up with a theory. In one case, they say that birds were frightened by fireworks. In another, they had supposedly pecked fermented berries, and so on and so forth. However, this mass phenomenon should be considered in a general context. Blowdown of seas and oceans with reducing gases kills aerobic biota, meaning those living organisms that live in the seas and oceans and birds that fly over land and breathe oxygen. Volley emissions of hydrogen, methane, and other gases cause mass deaths of living creatures. Now let's make a brief summary, a geologist's point of view. The most powerful geological process I mentioned is the emission of hydrogen from the core of the Earth, which is related to earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and the death of biota. It is escalating. We have recorded this in the ozone maps, which show that there is a powerful step-by-step destruction of the ozone layer. Therefore, we have the entire trail of cataclysms associated with ozone depletion, epidemics, including all sorts of pandemics we have now. People are being massively exposed to ultraviolet rays, which reduces immunity on a massive scale. No one is talking about that. I'll say it again. Earthquakes are associated with hydrogen emission, whereas volcanic eruptions are that hot degassing of the Earth. All these are weather anomalies related to ozone depletion, including floods. Strange as it may seem, floods are all over our country at the moment. You see, colleagues, it's our lot to live in such a difficult era. Dear colleagues, I would like to end my speech by saying that my experience in studying natural processes resulting in disasters has led me to a very sad conclusion. That many of our native scientists, especially in the field of atmosphere and climatology, are not interested in real causes. That's from my experience, and I am ready to assert this. Just like it is all over the world, I mean, nobody cares about the ozone layer and what is happening to it. Now, the influence of the ozone layer on weather and climate, as stated in the Vienna Convention, is not of interest. Hence, in our climatology as science, when we discuss the climate process, planetary scale lies predominate. And here, I find such a chance to win. If participants of ALLATRA International Movement aim to pursue the planetary scale truth, I think it will be the most powerful and most serious investment in the development of our entire civilization. Because civilization is being killed. And now they are even trying to arrange some kind of civilizational counter-revolution, making a diversion in order to remove one thing and impose something else. It's not ready yet. So colleagues, let's fight for the truth hand in hand with the whole world, with the whole planet.
And then on the basis of this truth, when we are all convinced that I have told the truth today, I've said things that are believable, that explain a lot, well, someone else will elaborate. But the main thing is to tell the truth, not a mercenary lie for which you are well paid or for which you will get something, but the truth, which a person must speak simply because he is a human being. So with that, I say goodbye to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sivertkin. Another topic that's not being paid enough attention in today's world is the geomagnetic field. We have a huge dent in our magnetic field just above South America and South Atlantic. It's called South Atlantic anomaly. And this is where, just flying over this part of the Earth, sometimes satellites are collapsing, but we don't hear about any threats to human life. What's more terrifying is that just since 2015, it's expanding tremendously fast, and it formed a different epicenter just above Cape Town. And now it's two different zones. This was out of any prediction. No one could predict anything like that, even in the best forecasts. So we see that even the best forecasts scientists were making 5 years ago were not expecting anything like this. It just proves what Lisa said in her speech, that this is caused by the changes in the core of the Earth, deep underground, which is not being talked about enough because apparently CO2 is much more profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tali. And next, we will learn with you even more about the dangers of cosmic radiation. So right now, let's watch a short video.
Shocking news of 2021 that you will not find in the headlines of world mass media. Air and water are disappearing from our planet. Unknown radiation from outer space is slowly killing people. Slowly? Not really. In 2021, scientists from the LHAASO Observatory discovered ultra-high energy cosmic accelerators within the Milky Way. Short-term, but very powerful outbursts of radiation occur when dense neutron stars collide with each other, supernovas explode, or when stars or planets disappear in black holes. Such hard radiation is rapidly destroying the ozone layer in the Earth's atmosphere. It can trigger acid rains all over the planet. In the absence of the ozone layer, intensive UV radiation, along with abundant acid rain, will be able to destroy all life on Earth in the shortest possible time. This is happening because the sun's magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous cosmic rays, has significantly weakened as the sun is now at its minimum. At the exact moment when deadly radiation flies to us from the depths of space, the sun protection is minimal. Galactic cosmic rays reach the upper layers of the Earth's atmosphere and destroy it. This is accompanied by increased volcanic activity, earthquakes, and extreme weather events. But worst of all, we're at risk of losing oxygen and water. After all, it is the atmosphere that keeps the conditions for life on Earth. And the situation gets even more serious due to the fact that the Earth's magnetic field, the protective dome that protects us against threats from outer space, has begun to burst at the seams. There are already huge areas where the protection has critically weakened. Thus, the Brazilian magnetic anomaly, in fact, an energy hole, has increased to an unprecedented size. It is already reaching the west coast of Africa and continues to grow.
The strength of the magnetic field over the Western Hemisphere is weaker than over the Eastern Hemisphere, and it continues to destroy itself. It is also anomalous that at the moment the drift velocity of the magnetic North Pole has increased sixfold. In addition, the magnetic field itself is rapidly weakening. This indicates that the magnetic poles are beginning to invert, during which the magnetic field may even disappear completely for a period of time. Solar shielding is minimal. The Earth's electromagnetic field is weakened, and the stratosphere, which preserves oxygen, has decreased by 400 meters because of our activities. What is the danger to us? A little more, and cosmic radiation will kill us all. Doesn't this news deserve front-page coverage in every publication in the world? Does it not deserve that we all pay attention to it? While our attention is directed to making money, the race for alpha superiority, conflicts, the destruction of life and atmosphere is taking place. Even a child understands that we will not survive without air. Many people dream of flying to Mars, a planet without atmosphere and life. Very soon, Martian landscapes could be seen on our planet. To save life on Earth, or to remain indifferent to its destruction. Life or death of all humankind. This is the choice every one of us is facing now.
Indeed, all inhabitants of the earth are in mortal danger. And you know that soon all vegetation, oxygen, and water can disappear from the surface of the earth. Direct gamma rays are headed straight towards our planet right now. And this is connected to the solar minimum dip that renders us absolutely helpless against the deadly radiation. This is related to the position of our planet in outer space. At the moment, the solar system and the Earth are moving throughout the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. And this destructive force are influencing the Earth, which leads to the destruction. Inside the Earth, eventually, there is an energy which heats up volcanoes, oceans, and awakens, causing earthquakes. This radiation destroys the heart of the Earth, the Earth core. Besides this destructive effect, it also affects the atmosphere. Atmosphere is the only defense. And the volume of the atmosphere lately decreasing, and it means that the air decreases as well. It means that cosmic galactic radiation, in essence, destroyed our Earth from the inside, as well as it affects our outer shell, the atmosphere. And the result of this impact you see outside your window. And this is exactly what takes place right now when all protective mechanisms of Earth are weakened. We are influenced by this deadly rays, and the consequences of this rays are almost irreversible. We can talk for long about what might happen, and many people believe that they can save themselves in shelter underground, but the situation as follows: that air and water can disappear from the surface of the planet. So how people will be able to survive? People, think about it. What are we doing with our planet? The air is disappearing, and we continue to fight for territories, power, and influence. The influence, the impact of galactic cosmic rays, this is a serious global problem. We need such technologies of completely different level. The time is precious. Let's use it for searching solutions, developing technologies. I choose creative society and the conditions in which we can implement it. And what do you choose?
Thank you, Anastasia. This is a very acute question, and every person needs to answer for himself. Now, let's watch a fragment from a video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, which will help with the answer to this question.
Either we, all together, really begin to understand that the world is on the brink. Nowadays, everyone is already talking about this. We are not talking about economics, geopolitics, wars, and so forth. We are talking about our planet, which we, as humanity, have eaten, destroyed, poisoned, and basically killed. But we can still do something. So, either we take it on and do something, but all together, or let each of us mind our own business. There is no other alternative. Let's solve our unresolved problems. Someone hasn't planted a tree yet. Someone hasn't finished building a house. Well, let's finish building it. Let's plant trees. Let's finish building houses. I don't know for whom. Maybe for tardigrades. Well, surely mold is likely to survive. Yet, not for long. Well, when they fly to Mars, they will tell us what is there. And we will find out what is there. But there are no houses or trees. That's for sure. You know, some people are jealous of those who want to go to Mars. That there are heroes who will see another planet, a dead planet like Mars. They shouldn't be jealous. Soon, we will all see it together if we do nothing. We don't have to fly anywhere. We're killing our planet, our own planet. Isn't that so?
We see how serious is the situation today. And if we don't change the format of society to creative society, we have no chance to survive. And dear viewers, I'm very happy to introduce and to give a floor to our next great speaker of honor. It's Mr. Satyajit Patkal, who is a well-known Indian television and film director, specializing also in TV shows focused on social projects. And Mr. Patkal, he is working together with Mr. Amir Khan, and the work you are doing with the whole team of the Pani Foundation is really admirable, because you are bringing people together and helping them deal with the consequences of the drought. And this is a local example of people overcoming challenges together. So it's our honor. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Satyajit. I live in Mumbai, India. And it's a pleasure and a privilege to have the opportunity to speak at the Creative Society Conference.
No external agency, no technology is going to be able to solve our problems unless and until we are able to solve for the basic problem which faces mankind, which is that of social fracture. That unless we are able to realize that we are essentially all one, yet all of us today are divided. We are divided, along multiple axes. And that is the fundamental crisis that confronts us. If we are able to solve that, we'll have a fighting chance to solve for everything else. If we are not able to solve that, science and technology, I don't believe is going to be able to ever, lead us out of the crisis, absolutely the edge of the cliff that we find ourselves on. So I think it's wonderful what is being attempted, and it's a privilege to be a part of this conversation. The central concern at a very immediate level is climate change. I think climate change is the elephant in the room. It's going to, it is already unraveling very, very rapidly. It's not something which is going to happen in the future. It is already happening. We are literally like you must be familiar with the story of the frog and the water. So the story is this, that essentially you put a frog in hot water, it immediately jumps out because it knows that the water is hot. But you put the frog in water which is at room temperature and you gradually boil it. It's enjoying the temperature of the water, and by the time the frog realizes that the water is dangerous, it's too late. It doesn't have the ability to jump out. And I think that we are very close to that boiling point now. And it would take all the ingenuity of man to pull us away from the brink of the abyss, because that is where we find ourselves today. So no matter whom we might consider powerful, the greatest military superpowers of the world, also at some level, ironic as it may seem, perceive themselves to be helpless. And that's true, because here is therefore a crisis in which unless all of mankind comes together and has agreement at least on this, we are really not going to be able to extricate ourselves from this crisis. But as human beings, our wiring has not taken place commensurate with that. So we have kind of conquered the laws of nature, but we do not know our own natures, our own beings. Who are we? As a species, we are already on borrowed time. Now we are seeing how climate change is passing the tipping point in many countries. We can see how the environment which each of us lives in deteriorates and turns more and more unpredictable. It doesn't only deteriorate, it turns unpredictable. We have hurricanes in Bombay, which we never had. So at multiple levels, I think every person everywhere in the world can feel that we are living in a period of uncertainty, which is unprecedented. All national solutions are failing. And they will fail whether this happens as far as health is concerned, whether global warming is concerned, whether it's as far as the economy is concerned. And whether or not people are able to articulate it, I personally am deeply convinced that the entire survival of our species depends on us coming together, on us finding a way based on dialogue, on kindness, on love, on overcoming fear, of embracing differences. We are either able to do that and survive, or we will certainly perish as a species. And no doubt this is not something which is at all unpredictable. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to predict that. I mean, obviously the role of media is heightened because media has the ability to reach many more people in one go. This level of urgency can only be acquired if it becomes the dominant emotion of civil society. We have not been able to give it that level of urgency, that level of awareness in the public consciousness. Certainly one part of it is the role of the media, but it is obviously the power of every section of society. It is what parents need to do, it is what schools and colleges need to do, it is what politicians in power need to do, it is what every single one of us needs to be doing. This is my first interaction with creative society, and I'm absolutely I love the idea of people across all kinds of so-called divides coming together in order to open up a conversation about the common problems that face us as humanity or as part of nature or existence, whichever way we choose to look at it. So I think it's a extremely important initiative.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bhatkal, for supporting Creative Society, for being part of this amazing movement. And now I would like to give a floor to Her Royal Highness, Queen Nadia Harihiri. Queen Nadia is Ambassador at Large for UN Affairs at the International Human Rights Commission, World President of Ada Dona Nurir, the Pro-Counsel of Rockfield College of Science, and founder and CEO of Success World One.
Greetings, everybody. Aloha, salam alaikum, namaste to everybody. I am Queen Nadia. I wanted to participate to Creative Society because, first of all, they are very dear to me. The team is a wonderful team. All over the world, they are making a great job, and their goal is to bring all people together and to be united and to treat the causes of humanity and to build a sustainable change for everybody. And because it is also one of my fights, I found in Creative Society a family to join. All together, we are strong. You know, when I look at this world, I can see that there's only crisis everywhere. We have problem of poverty, problem of violence of human rights, non-respect of human rights, problem of this COVID, problem of aggressivity. We have created a consciousness based on ego. And because we have created that, we have completely changed our environment with our attitude, with our corruption, with our violence, with our judgment, with our aggressivity. We have just destroyed this world. Regarding the climate change, if we are not bringing love to this planet, if we are not bringing solidarity and unity together, the scientists can do nothing. Because if we continue like that, it will be the extinction of humanity. We are destroying one another. We are killing one another. Because we have not understood exactly what is our real identity. I want to thank everybody in Creative Society for the great work they are doing. So to bringing everybody together, bringing peace, sharing love, and fighting for justice. This is what our world needs. What I love in Creative Society is that everybody is answering present, because everybody wants the change. Everybody wants love and peace in this world. And Creative Society is making it possible, because we understood that without this unity, nothing is possible.
Thank you very much, Ms. Queen Nadia Harahiri. It is a pleasure to have you here with us today. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Sir Patrick Bajot, who will talk on the importance of unification. Sir Patrick Bajot is an UN Ambassador for World Peace Tracts, Senior Banking Redemption Judge for the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court, an investment banker, fund manager, and author.
Thank you for the support that you and your organization is giving to the world at large with respect to this wonderful mission that you have about Creative Society. And I've seen, you know, so much that you've done, and I applaud it, no doubt about that. And I'd like to welcome everybody globally to the Creative Society today. I'm an ambassador for the UN, as you know. I advocate this right across the board with all governments, as I speak to prime ministers and presidents too. I advocate this with respect to the International Court of Justice. I don't think people are actually understanding the significance of the danger with respect to climate change. So you asked the question, what is the position legally with migration in view of a disaster or the potential of a disaster? The answer legally is that you simply cannot go and pick up yourself and go to one country to the next because you feel that your country has famine or your country has a plague. It is going to be, the legal position is that if in the process of a destructive force, whether that's actually provoked by man, or whether that's initiated by should we say, an act of God, should we say nature, we will have to open the boundaries so that people can escape from one catastrophe and free themselves and get relief in another zone. At the moment, the law doesn't allow that. The question is that is a disaster, that is a world crisis, yet borders are shut for countries' own unification, for countries' own safety, and so on. They isolate themselves. I would like to see that change. I would like to see us having open doors in moments of crisis to support all of our neighbors. Because the human race fundamentally is one human race, irrespective of race, culture, creed, and so on. And we're there to support each other, especially during a moment of crisis. And humanity would simply just be a distant memory. It's a shame that people want to put monuments up about themselves, when in reality, there would be nothing there ultimately for them to be remembered by. Give our children's children a chance to live in a world, on a planet that we once enjoyed and we could have enjoyed. Let's not destroy their legacy. Do something about it now. Now is the time, not tomorrow. Right now is the time to do something. It has enormous destructive qualities. If people are not paying attention to climate change, I don't know how many more times I've got to say this to scientists, to the United Nations, to governments, to wake up. Wake up quickly before it's just too late. And, you know, they can't turn around and say they haven't been told. They can't say they haven't been warned. Some things I've said are quite profound. And I want your creative society to continue on with its remarkable movement, remarkable mission statement, and keep growing so that ultimately, by virtue of by significance of number, we will change the world. I appeal to everybody to do something about that. Become part of the creative society. Join their mission statement. Listen to what they are saying. It has an adverse effect if you don't. These people are doing this. They're not being paid for doing this. They're doing this because they care about the world. They want to see a change. They spend and dedicate their whole time for this cause. So that governments, judges like myself, will take heed from a legal point of view. And my position as a UN ambassador, people will listen to that position. They would listen to the fact that even people with my position can make a difference with my colleagues too, in the UN, as it is also with my fellow judges. I appeal to governments. I appeal to leaders. I appeal to you, mankind, to take the stand now, before it's just too late. Why are you not understanding this? Why are you not getting to understand the significance of this? It is absolutely detrimental to the humankind if we do not take heed and follow the direction of the creative society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bijou, and thank you for your appeal and for being with us today. Dear viewers, thank you for being with us, for your comments and for your support. And let's watch together the next video, and I'm sure it will not leave any one of us indifferent.
Have you ever thought that there might be circumstances when you will suddenly have to leave your home, your apartment, or your town? Leave forever. And the reason for this would be neither traveling, nor vacation, or a planned moving, but the necessity to survive. Refugee. You have probably heard this word from the news. But have you ever thought that sooner or later you may become a refugee yourself? After all, climate disasters know no borders, social statuses, or schedules. In 2020 alone, 82.4 million people were forced to leave their homes. This is equal to the population of such countries as Germany or Turkey. This is more than the population of Great Britain or France. Refugees are people who are fleeing a deadly threat. But today, there is no place for them to run to. Their lives are exposed to danger and risk wherever they get to. Among them, there are millions of people, climate refugees, who have no protection of the law. Neither the Refugee Convention nor the international law oblige countries to accept climate refugees. On January 21st, 2020, the UN Human Rights Committee ruled that countries cannot send people back to their home country who have faced climate changes. It ruled, but actually rejected the world's first complaint filed by Loan Tessiota against New Zealand, which violated his right to life by being deported to his home country of Kiribati. After the deportation of Loan's family, one of his children suffered from a serious case of blood poisoning. Climate refugees are one of the most disenfranchised categories of people. The laws of many countries provide for penalties regarding inhumane treatment of animals, but they give absolutely no protection to the people who miraculously survived a natural disaster and ended up on the street without means of sustenance. Every day, one child dies among migrants or refugees. Mark Lowcock said, "I'm getting daily reports of babies and other young children dying in the cold." Imagine the grief of a parent who escaped a war zone, with their child only to watch that child freeze to death. We build shelters for homeless animals, but we refuse to help people in need. Not only do we refuse to help these people, all kinds of violence against refugees are permitted. Many countries began a containment policy, trying to prevent refugees from entering their territories at all costs. According to the UN, thousands of people were pushed back by the border control authorities in Europe using violent measures. The pandemic worsened the situation for refugees. According to official information, tightening of border crossings did not let hundreds of thousands of people leave zones of armed conflicts, economic crisis, and environmental disasters. Meanwhile, the number of business trips abroad remained practically at the same level. Since 2015, border violence has become more sophisticated. Moreover, since 2020, the number of tortures has increased compared to the previous year. A special report prepared by Border Violence Monitoring Network on tortures in 2020 analysis data from 286 testimonies of violent pushbacks, prolonged beating for up to 6 hours at a time, police dogs being released and encouraged to attack, forced undressing, the burning and destruction of clothes, and forcing people on the move to cross borders in a complete state of undress. Groups of up to 80 men, women, and children were forced to undress completely and placed inside the detention room. Severe beating and throwing victims into water, resulting in their disappearance. Here are just a couple of quotes from the victims. They even fired shots close to our ears for the purpose of intimidating us. They didn't ask us anything, just started the beating. We had mayonnaise and ketchup in our bags, which they rubbed on our wounds. In December 2020, the Black Book of Pushbacks was published. A 1,500-page book documents the horrific violence suffered by over 12,000 people at the hands of authorities on the external borders of civilized European countries. Oxfam International published a similar report in 2018. Police detained children as young as 12 in cells without water or food and removed SIM cards from their mobile phones, changing their birth date on statements, illegitimately pushing them back across the border, cutting the soles off their shoes so they wouldn't try to come back. There is clear evidence of an increased sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls, both during and after disasters. Multiple cases of sexual abuse of children have been documented. Elderly people are also at increased risk of violence, exploitation, and abuse. In our society, a person loses their property, their place of residence, loses the right to protection and life. Refugee camps have appalling conditions. Fabrizio Carboni, Near and Middle East Regional Director of the International Committee of the Red Cross, says about the refugee camps. Tents plagued by rats, water sources contaminated by feces, and inhabitants suffering from tuberculosis, scabies, and post-traumatic stress. Hundreds of children, mostly boys, some as young as 12, are detained in adult prisons, places they simply do not belong. These are the realities of our consumer society we live in. Considering the trend of escalating climate disasters, are you sure disasters won't come to your home tomorrow? Are you prepared to be in those people's shoes? Or shall we change things together? Nobody values human life in a consumer society. But in the creative society, human life is of the highest value.
Нет, это не голливудский
No,
фильм ужасов.
it's neither a Hollywood horror movie, nor a perverted result of a writer's or director's sick imagination.
Это реальность.
It is reality, a bitter, devastating, heartbreaking reality.
До какой же
What kind of
деградации
society's degradation have we reached?
хотел бы кто-то из нас,
Would any of us, watching this conference in our warm rooms, want to be in their shoes?
оказаться на их месте? Или чтобы наши
Or do we
дети
want our children to be in their shoes?
сегодня нам были представлены
Undeniable scientific evidence has been preserved to us today, indicating that what is happening to climate now is only the beginning.
и сейчас
Right now,
откровенно
climate
говоря,
migration, to be honest,
еще не такая
is not so large scale.
Планета начала
The planet
разрушаться,
has started
но
collapsing,
будет разрушаться.
but it will collapse even more.
И в каком
What
мире мы
kind of a
окажемся,
world
если
are we going to find ourselves in if we don't change anything?
подумайте сами.
Think of this yourselves. All of us are sensible people. You can get together facts, collect them. More and more people will get into such inhumane conditions.
С нарастанием
As the
масштаба,
scale of climatic cataclysms is increasing,
которые мы с вами
as we already see on TV, even in June and July of 2021,
понятно,
the number of climate refugees will increase in proportion.
беженцев. А значит,
Therefore,
будет нарастать
the horror
ужас,
will increase
который
just
мы
as much,
только что
the one which we've seen right now.
Также абсолютно несложно
It's not
понять, что
difficult
условия
either to
для
see the
беженцев
conditions for
в
refugees
текущем формате
with the
общества
current format of
будут
society
становиться только
will only
хуже
get
и хуже
worse
во всех
in
смыслах.
all
И
respects.
агрессия, и
Aggression,
нечеловеческие условия
inhumane
выживания
conditions of survival will only increase exponentially relative to the number of casualties and the scale of infrastructure ruin.
И если то, что мы сейчас
If
с
what
вами
we have just
увидели,
seen is
это
a horror,
это боль,
it is extremely painful for every single person who cares,
боль матерей, боль
for
родителей,
mothers and
то
parents,
какими словами
then what words
назвать
can be used to
перспективу?
describe the prospects?
Апокалипсис.
Apocalypse.
И самое опасное
The
сейчас
most dangerous thing now is to think that nothing like this will happen to you. We are actually in the same boat, and don't you think that refugees will come to you? It is quite possible that it is you and your children who will have to migrate. And on our planet today, there is no single place that is guaranteed to be safe, not a single one.
Вот мы тогда сможем
When we
перестать
understand this, we will be able to stop playing and doing foolishness. Then we will be able to unite, because today,
нам нужен
as
весь
never before, we need the entire scientific potential of our planet to be ready to save people. But we should be ready for that in advance, but not when it is too late.
это возможно.
And this is possible only in the format of creative society.
И это уже понятно каждому.
And this is clear to everyone already.
Hello. After what I've seen, I have the following association. If we think of our society as a single organism and compare it to the human body, it is like cutting off our left hand in the hope that there will be more room for the right one. This is absurd. Instead of solving the problem together, we fence ourselves off from the people facing the tragedy in the hope that we will live more comfortably. A false system of values was imposed on us and we supported it. And that's what it leads to. The situation in Haiti was a shocking example for me. On January 12, 2010, there was a massive earthquake there. The most terrible thing is that a lot of people died not because of the disaster itself, but because of the struggle for the piece of bread and a sip of water. I visited this country 3 years after the cataclysm, working on a sea vessel that delivered rice there. I will always remember this picture of hungry people trying to get under the cover of night for this rice, while armed guards were driving them away. We brought in rice, while neighboring ships brought tanks to contain population. It was impossible to leave the port because you would simply be kidnapped. At the entrance to the port itself, a huge number of people were crowding, hoping to get a job for food. And this was already 3 years after the cataclysm. There are cases when people killed each other for rice. Looking at them then, I could not even imagine that all of us would be like that soon. At least they were provided with rice, but no one will provide it to us. Having lost everything, in the lack of food and water, we will also be like that, and we will cut our organs from the stomach and eat each other. Are there any doubts? Look at the examples in modern history. There is an opinion that the trouble will unite us all. But the truth is that extreme conditions strengthen in a person what dominates him every day. Take a look around and pay attention to how we behave today. What prevails in us every day? The issue of climate refugees is not new, but there is still no legal regulation on the issue. Even today, there are no complete statistics on the exact number of people who require immediate help, despite the fact that there are statements about the need to accept climate refugees. In fact, they and their families are being deported back to their home country with unsuitable living conditions due to climate change. Who should raise these questions? Shouldn't we, the people ourselves? If we agree with the way other people are treated, then we agree to be treated in exactly the same way. Our biggest crisis today is a crisis of humanity, and our lives are at stake. Therefore, we should make every effort. You and I are responsible for the format that we currently support. It is worth noting that when people speak of refugees, they always mean someone and somewhere far away. But today, speaking about refugees, given what is happening with the climate, I'm talking about you and me. Yes, you've heard everything correctly. Have you ever lost your home? Have you lost all your familiar life? Lost the comfort of your surroundings and your usual rituals like family dinners, internet surfing, hot showers and costly baths? So imagine that having lost all these, you and your loved ones will be forced to go in search of a safe place to sleep, food and water. And you will find yourself among strangers. It is good if they understand you, but if they don't, here is the question worth asking. What will happen to us if the current examples of refugees' life are shocking? What will happen to us in a society where a person is just a figure in a report? So, before it's too late, we should look each other in the eyes, understand that we have nothing to divide, and shake hands. Yes, these are difficult times, but we are able, discarding prejudices, to unite in a common goal and build a creative society, to strengthen the foundations of real values, to put everything back in the right place, and prepare to jointly face these times with dignity and safety. Only in this case, nothing will threaten you, regardless of the conditions in which each of us will find ourselves due to global climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. It is very important that people do not remain silent. And after the information that was voiced today, how can you still be silent about everything that's going on with our world? But we have long been taught to follow someone else's absurd decisions and believe the lies imposed on us. On top of that, to never ask any question. But the time has come when the truth must be told. And now I would like to give the floor to Arman from Kazakhstan. Arman, the floor is yours.
Yes, friends. What has just been said is shocking. What we have heard is a serious reason that gives all of us a pause to think about it, because it really affects everyone on planet Earth. As has been said many times today, we have destroyed the planet so much that we can only assassinate it, and the planet will not recover on its own. The situation will not get better. Some people might think it's okay, there will be some life, even if there are no people. If you rejoice that tardigrades and some infusoria will survive, and you don't feel pity for 8 billion people, then there is nothing else to say except that only an idiot can think like that and be happy about it. Only infusoria and mold will survive. What? Are we mold? Such people are worse than Judas. They are not even Judas, they are the ones who sold out Judas. What an idiot has to be to allow this to happen. People who talk like this should be sent to the place where everything collapses. Will they think like those? Will they think like that they are rejoiced? For some reason, they rejoice when misfortune affects other people, but not themselves. Let's address Mr. Musk together and send such human mold to Mars. Let them rejoice there. So either we do something and either we do nothing and sit and wait for mankind to collapse, and then there will be no need to go to Mars because we'll have Mars here. Or we consolidate and change the situation together, reanimate the planet and start living as humans. The problem is that we didn't consider the situation holistically, but I'm sure this conference will really help people to see a big picture. And what I want to draw your attention to is to the fact that many years ago we already talked about it. Much of that we have heard and will yet hear today. For example, in 2014, the ALLATRA movement published a report on climate called On the Problems and Consequences of Global Climate Change and Earth Effective Ways to Solve These Problems. And what was said there is already happening. It's a fact. Even the most skeptical people who laughed at it back, even they already acknowledge this fact. And many scientists have already started talking about it. They're talking about what was said in the ALLATRA climate report years ago. Thanks to those for whom science, honor and dignity are not just words, and for whom all this is more than grants or any degree in the scientific community. Also, I would like to say a little concerning those who laugh and troll at this truthful information, or who sit on the sofa doing nothing else but only criticizing or making fun of those who act. The so-called couch critics, couch scientists and couch smart Alex. Today the fact is such that these men of little faith and fools have nothing much to stand up for their lies, and they are laughed with. Why do you use the word lies in the first place and in fact call them liars? Because only those who are ignorant of all this issue of the highest importance for the entire humanity, but their unbelief, they don't care attitude, I don't care attitude, other people as well. But this is the most serious issue. It concerns no less than the survival of all humanity. Today must sound the truth from everyone, from the priests, from politicians, that if we don't change, we will start killing each other, we will be eating each other. Isn't it said in the religions, in our religions? It was said by those who knew the truth.
Поэтому она подрывает их власть.
That's why the truth blows up their power.
Вторая сура, 10 аят.
In the second surah, ayat 10th, there is sickness in their heart.
Ненависть к верующим, а также испорченная вера. Аллах же увеличил их заблуждение.
Let their sickness increase. They will suffer then a painful punishment for their lives.
За то, что они лгут и отрицают истину. А ведь сегодня
Because they deny truth. And today, more than ever, it is important that we unite and become a single organism.
Спасение всего человечества.
This is the sense of ALLATRA, salvation of the whole humanity.
Перед лицом общей беды,
in the face of common disaster, the catastrophe that awaits all of us,
если мы ничего не изменим,
if we do not change anything.
что нас веками отучали верить в себя.
The problem is that for centuries we were not taught how to believe in us.
В силах изменить и это.
But we're able to change everything.
Сегодняшняя конференция не является тому.
Isn't today's conference is an example of it? As we, people ourselves, organize this conference, such a conference that cannot be organized by anyone else in the world, even if they have a budget over billions of dollars. But we, together with our own efforts, organize it because we understand the truth and we understand what is happening now. We understand the importance of our unity and the importance of building the creative society. And also we understand
Люди услышали эту информацию. Все
and we also understand the importance for people to hear this truth. So even those who are disorganized,
чтобы даже эти люди осознали,
so that even those people understood the fact that even after this conference, will, even after this conference, people will continue to destroy, then in the end it will not lead us, it will not bring us to anything positive. But if everyone will share this information with his colleagues, with his friends, with his members of the family, then we all become part of this process of changing.
Только один вариант решения нашей общей проблемы.
Because there is only one way to resolve our problem.
То весь технический прогресс начинает служить
всем. Is to change the format of our society, and then all technological advantages start serving the society.
В узкокорыстных интересах и смотрят на нас как на рабов. А всему человечеству служить. Простой пример.
But to serve the whole humanity, we should not go far to see the examples. We've seen that the pandemic situation showed that millions of people were left behind the level of poverty. Isn't this scary? Isn't this shame? The whole problem is that people are fighting to be alpha, to be the most one. But the human is not a hypo. He cannot eat 10 loaves of bread. Save some so that grandchildren can use them. But what kind of grandchildren? Grandchildren are tardigrades or grandchildren mold. What will happen to the grandchildren if everything continues to roll the same way? In the fact they don't really need that money, they certainly won't see any benefit from it. That's why today every person who really wants to do good to their children and descendants must do everything possible to build the creative society. If we don't change the format of relations in society, if we don't change the values, everything will eventually lead to the fact that humanity will perish. Now I'd like to pass the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Arman.
Спасибо, Арман.
You're absolutely right.
Вы абсолютно...
If we take an honest and open-minded look at the state of affairs today, the dead end of the consumer society is obvious. We are rolling down the mountain into the abyss, and no one wants to stop. We see, we understand, we know, but we keep on rolling. And we remain silent because it is not acceptable to talk. Not acceptable to who? Look at what is already happening. Calculate the progression of destruction that is building up. Everyone refers to the fact that the authorities don't do anything and don't want to do anything. But who are the authorities? They're ordinary people. We elect them. So we are responsible. What can they do? Even if the rulers of all nations got together, they would do nothing. Let them stop at least one catastrophe. Will they stop earthquakes with money? Will they collect dollars and fill the volcano with them? This is nonsense. What do they want us to do? Stop producing carbon dioxide? Plant the trees? What good would that do? These are all fairy tales. The ocean already produced CO2, and the rainforest is already starting to produce carbon dioxide as well instead of oxygen. They are mutating faster than we are. Can we breathe carbon dioxide? We can't. Can we live with radiation? No, we cannot. How we will survive? We have reached the point of absurdity. We focus on the fact that we need money to survive. We forget that we cannot survive without fresh air, without clean water. We destroy and consume the planet's resources without thinking about what we will leave to our children. We leave them a legacy of homes and money. Will they drink money instead of clean water? Where will those houses and homes be tomorrow if planet is destroyed? The Indians of North America have a saying, if you notice that you're riding a dead horse, it is important to change it. We are now riding a dead horse. It rolls down the hill by inertia. The dead horse we are all sitting on, in a desire to squeeze the maximum out of it for personal, short-term gain, we can lose our last chance. The trouble is, we all know this, but we keep doing it and don't want to change anything. Out of habit, because of money, sold out. Everybody wants to arrange somehow better for themselves. That's what keeps us from being humane. As soon as money appeared, consumerism began to grow rapidly, and it took everything human out of us. In the consumer society, everything is built around this. If you don't have money, you will die. And you can't do anything while money gives you benefits. Just a little longer, and everyone will see what those benefits really are. Soon, everyone will be hungry, barefoot, naked, because of consumerism, when everyone wants to be the strongest on the dead horse. And this absurdity is on everyone's minds. Everyone can see what's going on, but they keep doing stupid things. If we come our senses too late, then nothing and no one can stop the catastrophe. We are the broken trough on a dead horse. Are we going to fight for a piece of bread on this dead horse? After all, we are the generation that will see it through. Either we can stand up to it, or it will end with us. Everyone's talking about it behind the scene. Thank God we can talk about it openly. Why should we hide it? What's the point if it affects everyone? If there's still something we can do, should we keep quiet for the benefit of the consumer society? We don't need wars and disasters. We will simply die because the planet is dying out. That's one of the options. Another option is that at first, we will all end up on the street because artificial intelligence will do our work. A beautiful world will be lived only by the few, who will be allowed by L, those who are less than 1%, and the rest of us will wish they were dead. This is the reality that awaits us now. You don't have to be an idiot not to see it. But there is another option, a creative society, in which the highest value is the life of every person. And this is not a new idea. Zarathustra, Buddha, Jesus spoke about it 6,000 and 1,500 years ago. All the prophets dreamed of a creative society and said what it should be. There is no alternative to the creative society. Prophets taught us that human society must be based on love and respect for one another. And there is nothing more precious than human life. So what will we choose? Thank you, and I would like to pass the word to Irina.
Здравствуйте.
Hello. I speak to you, the inhabitants of the planet. The bell is already ringing. The time has started counting down. Do you hear it? When terrible images of what we've seen and the pictures of the present and the expected near future for everyone pass before us, where there will be no chosen ones, the planet is in agony, but we have forgotten how to hear our planet and how to hear and listen to each other. We are indifferent to each other, but have we been always so indifferent? Or the existing system made us like this? For a long time, we were taught to be slaves, but we are beginning to, we start to wake up, to understand if what we expect will happen, who will survive? No one. The elite will be wiped out of the face of the planet by the global catastrophes. And we have one way of salvation, in unification. But in the current consumeristic format of society, we won't be able to solve this problem, as everyone is in fight with each other. But who are fighting with each other? They, the world writers of evil, imposing fatal posts on us, those who dictate to us how to live, those who hide the truth from us, divide our earthly goods, our income. They can't be satisfied with what they have, and they will never be satisfied in the consumer format of society, where money is first and the best value. Only this truth will help us to see the reality as it really is. This is the end of the human race, the end of another failed civilization, the end of planet Earth. Isn't even this sobering up? Wake up, because all our quarrels, insults, misunderstandings are just nothing compared to what is coming. And when we realize that this is really the case and we absolutely have no opportunities to survive in consumer format of society, only then we will have a chance of salvation. And the truth is that only one saving model there is, model of society, and it already exists. It really solves all the problems. It is real and working model, and this is called creative society. And any attempts to kind of like cross creative society with consumer society will fail, because in the consumer society we won't take care of our society, we will just take care of our greed and alpha ego. This is the root of the evil. This is the reason of our self-destruction, the main cause of it. And we cannot wait no longer, because we will fail. And here we have to choose between life and death. As a hero from the movies, you know, wallet or life, this is not the movie show. This is trouble that is coming very soon. So let's not choose the path of the old world, of the illusionary comfort that is trying to take us all away into abyss, lying to us in the fact that everything will be okay. But no, friends, nothing will be okay. And let's abandon the old, dying world, and let's choose the new world without fear, giving us life and salvation, common sense and the law of conscience as the main spiritual instinct for our worldly existence. As people who are not destroying, but people who are creating, because we deserve it, now, today, and always. Thank you so much. And right now, I would like to ask your high attention before presenting the excerpt from the video, Future, This Affects Everyone, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. We are right now in different parts of the planet, in different time zones, but please tune in and resonate with this excerpt, because right now the most important words will sound.
I'll just give a simple example so that everyone understands, even those for whom the environment is very poor and there is too much CO2. I'll put it in layman's terms. In the consumerist format, the highest value is money. But in the creative format, the highest value is human life. Yes, my friend, human life, yours, your children's, your mother's, and our lives, the lives of all people. And that's what it is built on. We begin to approach things in a different way. We will be able to think in a different way. We will be able to distribute everything in a different way. We will be able to produce everything in a different way. And we will have a chance that we will be able to implement, but we will be able to implement it jointly. That's the point. Or again, everything remains as it has been. We will live as we used to. The sun is still shining. When you go outside, the sky is blue and the grass is green. Why change anything? We can do it this way too. Again, it's up to us to decide. Friends, our choices will define everything. But remember one thing. We, who are living now, are the last generation. We're either the last generation that exists in the hell of the consumerist format, and the first generation to enter the paradise of the creative society. Or we're the last generation that lived in the paradise of the consumerist format and will enter the hell of that reality which awaits us tomorrow in the same consumerist format. It's up to us to decide whom to be, friends. Do you know what I would like to say? That in the future, regardless of the course of events, no matter which path we choose, there will be neither poor nor rich among us. All of us will be equal, but in one case, there will be a wonderful world, while in the other case, all of us will be equalized by the fate that we will determine. Exactly we, ourselves, through our indifference and inaction, and all of us will be equal. It's up to us to choose and to decide which path to follow. The choice is up to us, but the choice is up to everyone. If we don't convey this and do not awaken the entire humanity, we will not solve anything. We won't be able to do it on our own. In order for us to be able, let's say, to sail away along our river in our boat from that waterfall, we should all row together. This is important. The time of egocentrism has passed. It's time to unite. It's a wonderful time. It's time for everyone to mature and treat one's life responsibly. It's time to choose who you are, a human or an animal. If you are a human, you are a part of our entire civilization, the entire humanity. If you are an animal, then without you, we will become animals too. And the choice is up to everyone, whom to be and whether we will live or not. You know, like in the classic, to be or not to be. And everyone makes this choice now, every one of us. Or doesn't make it. But the outcome will be according to our choice, according to the choice of each of us.
Dear friends, today, an event of global significance has taken place. The International Online Conference, Global Crisis. This already affects everyone, where many acute problems of our time have been highlighted. In addition, we discussed the cause and effect relationships between disasters and crises that are already taking place, and those that will all inevitably face in the near future. The world is standing on the brink. The mindless consumerism of our ancestors have destroyed our future. We have practically killed our planet with our excessive consumption. We humans, like a cancer in the body of our planet, continue to destroy our only home, our planet Earth, faster and faster. Right now, our planet is in the process of a global climate change, which we, as humankind, are no longer able to influence. At the same time, the world is on the threshold of a technological revolution. It would seem that technical progress is the expected necessary leap in the development of our civilization. It opens up infinite opportunities for human beings. But as we have heard today, if the consumerist format of relations in society is preserved, the development of that very superintelligence will turn out to be the global catastrophe for humankind. Artificial intelligence will replace everything and everyone. The consequences will affect everyone. The loss of jobs, the loss of a possibility to provide even basic needs, the loss of security of tomorrow, as well as the loss of a chance for each of us to exist, will be inevitable. Survival like animals, total distrust in each other, and frightening uncertainty. This is what awaits us in the consumerist format. In order to better understand where this will lead, it is enough to have a sober look at the reality of today with open eyes. Already today, during the global crisis, the issue of unemployment is extremely acute. Crises in society always have been accompanied by social instability, growing chaos, social unrest, riots, and mayhem. Let's recall the large-scale protests in the United States that led to mass riots. Yes, eventually they were forcibly suppressed to preserve public peace. But why do they happen? Is it not because of that very hopelessness, the instinct of survival, racial discrimination, and dissatisfaction with living standards force people into the streets to be heard in order to survive when they really want to live? Harsh conditions of existence contribute to people's lack of objective perception, narrowing their thought process to the point of their own survival. As a consequence, an initially peaceful procession of people turns into an aggressive animal herd that destroys everything in its way. After all, you and I have repeatedly observed this. So what can we expect from a society with a consumerist, selfish worldview, when in the near future, everyone will find themselves in a situation of survival, on the brink of life and death? Who will be able to stop not thousands, not even hundreds of thousands, but many millions of aggressive people who have been robbed of the future, robbed of hope for tomorrow, and the last piece of bread? You may ask, who is going to take it away from us? I'll tell you, those who are now sitting idly by, those who take no action. They are not stupid. They see and understand everything. They have the right to speak up, and yet they do nothing. They remain silent. Our future is being taken away from us right now by the passive citizens of our society. To date, there is no greater harm than indifference. Such people don't care about humanity. They don't care about their planet. These egoists disregard even their loved ones and their children. These Judases sell our future for 30 pieces of silver. But we all remember how Judas eventually ended up. Their selfishness has obscured their vision, and they do not see now that in the near future, with their today's indifference, they not only kill themselves, but also become killers of billions, killers of all humankind. I'm appealing to you. Think about it. Do you want to deprive your children of a future? Do you want your own loved ones to die? Do you want to kill our entire civilization by your inaction? Think about it. Why this influences an inaction bordering on suicide is prevalent in our today's consumer society. You have to admit that if this continues to prevail in our society, then the negative outcome for all of us is absolutely fair. It means we deserve it because we are choosing such a destructive path right now by our indifference. Do we want such a course of events for ourselves? Or do we want to build a society of peace and creation? Every sensible person should ask himself this question. Only together can we resist what is already happening and what will happen if we want a future for our loved ones, our children, and first of all, ourselves. So are we going to continue to be slaves of the consumerist thinking and hide like cowards in the crap of our own selfishness, pretending that it doesn't affect us? I say no. The time of lies and empty hopes is over. The sun of the truth has risen. The time has come for everyone to take personal responsibility for their choices. The time has come for us to become real people, heroes, men of honor, conscious, and dignity. We are humans. Together, we can do a lot. Hard times awaits us ahead, but we must remember that we ourselves shape the outcome of our events and create it at this very moment with our own choices. It is in our own power not only to overcome the coming misfortunes, but also to build a true civilization, a civilization of peace and goodness for the prosperity of future generations. Everything depends on our choice, on the dominant priorities in our heads, and on our fortitude. However, we are human beings first and foremost, and we can each reach out to each other and unite in creative interaction now. Then we will endure, we will survive, we will be reborn. We can create a better society peacefully without any victims or losses. We can create, not destroy. However, an objective look at the present-day state of society says a lot to those who are able to look ahead. What predominates in our society? That which predominates in our heads. Conflicts, wars, confrontation, desire for power and money. Already now, we can observe an aggravation of social, political, military, economic, interethnic, religious, and other conflicts in the world. This is simply an anthropological disaster. It is a destruction of everything humane in a human. It is clear to intelligent people that considering the development of a new technological era, new strategic risk and threats to the entire humanity will also arise, which are incomparable to the previous challenges, and it will simply be impossible to overcome them if the consumerist format is preserved. Thus, in the end, humanity will destroy itself. For this very reason, I consider it essential to emphasize that the problem of our wars and conflicts is quite serious and requires from us global rethinking of their true causes. Just think, over a short period of the 21st century, already more than 50 big military conflicts are taking place in the world, and the geography of such conflicts and local wars which destabilize our world is only expanding. To this, you can add global statistics of daily robberies, murders, and assaults. Plus, there is a fear of terrorism, loss of jobs and social status, racial discrimination, and racial violence. Racial violence. Just think of this. In the 21st century, if you have a different skin color, somebody may kill you without any punishment for that. Is this what we call civilization? Is there any morality and compassion left in us human beings? Or has money corrupted the minds of us all? Look at what is happening in religious organizations that are seemingly our last hope for justice. More than once in history, we have seen how greed and arrogance of just one man, a representative of a particular religious organization, can destroy peace in a society and lead to bloody armed clashes between entire nations. Unfortunately, the struggle for power and domination does not cease in religious organizations either. Even though all prophets called on people to live in peace and love, meaning in the creative society, yet the consumerist format still rules our minds due to religious contradictions and the exorbitant greed of priests. A great mass of people has already died. And up to this day, people keep dying. All of us should ponder over what kind of slaughterhouse of conflicts we now exist and what awaits us all tomorrow. Yet, what is the cause of all these wars and conflicts? They respond to us. Business. It is merely business. In other words, it is somebody's private interest. That same Judas desire to sell the future of civilization for 30 pieces of silver and spend them on nothing but junk. But who has begotten these Judases? We, the consumers. We have created a world of consumerism where business dominates over common sense. We do everything possible to earn money, not thinking about the consequences. We ourselves create conditions that destroy humanness in people. We, the consumers, have divided the world into poor and rich. We, the consumers, stimulate greed, pridefulness, avarice, an endless pursuit of a profit in some people, and envy, hatred, struggle for survival, and narrowed thinking in others. As a result, all this sows in our heads as an indifferent attitude towards each other and to the future of our civilization, and makes us deaf and blind before the upcoming global disaster that will sweep away everything and everyone in its path, both rich and poor. Today, we reap the fruits of the prevailing consumerist format of relations. Just think, is each of you actually happy? No. We think that someone else is happy, the one who lives better than we do. But is that person really happy? Go and ask him. Talk to him in a human way, and both of you will understand how the world has rotten through and that something has to be done about that. If today we don't start acting and coming to an agreement with each other, we will lose our future once and for all. It is time for all of us to forget grudges and claims towards each other. It is time for all of us to open our eyes and take a sober look at what is happening in our world, at what's happening in our common home. If we do not agree all together now and do not make a decision to change the format of society from consumerist to creative, if we do nothing about this now, tomorrow, we will face the very least a 95% population cut down. No matter how terrible and inhumane this might sound, this means that all of us, I emphasize all of us, our families, our friends, and people around us, all of us will no longer exist tomorrow. You will say that this is not fair, but in the consumerist format, given the current ongoing technological revolution, the replacement of human labor with robots, a population cut down of 95% is a forced measure to prevent disastrous consequences. Otherwise, who will stop revolts of billions of hungry, aggressive, destitute people thrown into the streets? People, you and us, who will remain without jobs and livelihood. Do we really agree to such a course of events? Yet, who will remain among the 5%? Who will make this selection, and in what way? And what skin color will predominate among the remaining living people? Aren't we the 95% humans? Aren't all of us people? Aren't all of us, regardless of nation, skin color, gender, religious beliefs, and social status, are we not people? No, we are people, and we have the right to live. And each of us must prove this exactly now by our actions in building the creative society. For the sake of our shared future, for the sake of the future of the whole society, I emphasize, for the sake of survival of the whole society, not just the 5%. The consumerist format itself creates conditions for dividing us. Very few people understand that this attempt to decrease the population will not save anyone. Neither will it save the 5% remaining alive, because the main cause of our destruction will be the preservation of the consumerist model of society. In the end of having lost the common egregore of civilization, the survivors will simply devour each other like rats in a barrel. After all, the egregore of civilization is people, not money. It is our common energy. It is our combined potential that cannot be replaced with any robot or any artificial intelligence, even the most powerful one. However, our all people's egregore manifests itself only in solidarity and unity of all of us. It is no accident that right before the impending global cataclysm, nature gave birth to 8 billion of us. Despite wars, violence in society, this is precisely the number thanks to which the common human egregore of civilization can make an evolutionary breakthrough and withstand the upcoming global cataclysms. Let's be honest. We do not know nature. We do not know the earth. We do not know outer space. We cannot predict their actions. What will happen tomorrow and where and what kind of cataclysm will occur? Everything that science possesses is guesswork based on hypotheses that collapse like a house of cards when facing reality. After all, if something happens in nature, it has its own underlying causes and consequences. Yet, in the era of global crisis and natural disasters, no one will survive alone. Reasonable people understand that the only way for humanity to survive the hard times without resorting to population cutdown and self-destruction, while preserving and increasing technological and intellectual achievements of civilization, is to build the creative society. Creation of a better future is possible only worldwide, with the participation of the majority of our planet's population in building the creative society. The time of slavery of the consumerist format has come to its end. Now the time for conscious choice of every person is coming. It is the beginning of a new era of our all-human creative interaction. It is the beginning of our true acquaintance with each other. Many people talk about a better world, but they merely talk. At the same time, being idle. After all, over the 6,000 years of consumerist format, no one has ever moved further than making promises. No one has built a wonderful world for people, but only improved one's own well-being at the expense of taking other people's lives. And today, no one but us will do that. Today, no one but us will save the world drowning in its lies. You will agree that there is nothing simpler than making empty promises. It is much harder to tell the truth, not only to the world, but also to yourself. It is much harder to step over your selfishness and unite. It is much harder to take responsibility and begin to act for the sake of our shared future. To awaken and inform those who are still zombified and blindfolded by the consumerist format. This is the only way for all of us to survive. Only true heroes can act this way. You have to admit that in our consumerist format, almost everyone lives in fear and selfishness, caring only about themselves. People do not see the cause and effect relationships and remove themselves from solving important all human problems of all humans. They shift responsibility onto others, like little children onto their parents, while they themselves stand on the sidelines. Whereas the ALLATRA people are mature and responsible human beings. We, volunteers from all over the world, members of the ALLATRA International Public Movement, unite in order to survive. We do it for humanity, for all of us, for the benefit of everyone, in a peaceful and civilized way only, not through destruction, but through creation. It's impossible to build peace through destruction. Everyone is important now. The ALLATRA people do a lot, but without you, my friend, our opportunities are much fewer than with you. Only together can we withstand the impending disaster if we want a future for our children, for our loved ones, and first of all, for ourselves. Only together, only in consolidation, can we become a truly united civilization. You know, kids once asked me, what is a feat? And I wondered, what is actually a feat in a consumer society? After all, the term feat in the history of humanity refers to many battles, to events of various wars. How much blood has been shed? How many lives have been lost? And all for what? History recounts multiple examples, but their global essence is the same, reinforcing the power of the consumerist format to our human blood. Maybe we no longer need such feats, and at such a price. Maybe we should stop calling the history of the past written with our human blood a feat. Maybe it is better to do the feat of eliminating any precedents for violence, starvation, and killing of people, of restricting vile qualities and reviving everything humane in people. We can accomplish the feat of uniting and building a normal, healthy society, a creative society, where no child in the world will ever become an orphan, and mother will never have to suffer the heartbreak of a loss. Today, in the consumerist format, the highest value is money, while in the creative society, the highest value is human life. Remember this, people, the most valuable thing is the life of every human being. People's lives, including yours and mine. The first foundation of the creative society states, there is not and never can there be anything else more valuable than a human's life. If one human is valuable, then all people are valuable. It's time to reclaim our true goals and values. Our choice is peace and creation. Our main value is the life of every human. Our pillar is humanists. Our focus is the future of our children. Our goal is creative society. ALLATRA is the last stronghold of humanity. That's the purpose of ALLATRA, so that we all survive. That's the essence. That's what ALLATRA was created for. Not for someone, not for something, but for the entire humanity. That's the point of the Creative Society Project. It is the only way of salvation for the entire humanity. ALLATRA is a unique example of the global unification of humanity. Representatives of different races, nationalities, and religions have united here. Those who understand the whole current situation have a sober look at the world and the impending disasters, and are active in building the creative society, no matter what. True people have come together here, true heroes indeed. They strive to convey the truth to people. Unlike others, they see the future and are now doing everything to save humanity. The people of ALLATRA selflessly act for the benefit of others, disregarding their own personal interests. They spend their own time, their own money, and I emphasize their own money. They do not squander public money. They do not demand any privilege or grants, and do not make any profit out of it. They do not seek to profiteer from cataclysm, from the human grief. Instead, they spend their time and money to really save people, to save our civilization. And I'm talking about you, about those who participate in building the creative society. Volunteers from all over the world, people of goodwill, all of you. After all, the people of ALLATRA are people in whom honor, conscience, and humanist prevails. These are all those who refuse to be zombies of the consumerist format, stopped being animals and became humans. The people of ALLATRA are progressive humanity. They are the best of the best, who have joined focus to save our world. This is an example of true care for people. The people of ALLATRA are the real heroes of our time. After all, real heroes are not those who kill each other, but those who save each other's lives and the lives of all humanity. And that is the meaning of the ALLATRA movement itself. To move toward life. The International Online Conference Global Crisis, this already affects everyone, has become possible thanks to you, the people of ALLATRA, thanks to the participants of the Creative Society Project, thanks to the intelligent and progressive people who understand the need to act now for the benefit of the future of humanity. Their great merit is that they are not silent. They act. Today, thanks to them, you, friends, have learned the truth of today, and the inevitability of tomorrow. I would also like to express tremendous gratitude to all progressive visionaries. I thank everyone who listens and understands. I thank everyone who, through their own efforts, opportunities, and means, is trying to save humanity. To save not a few individuals, but all of humanity. These are the people who do not sleep at night, who spend their energy, money, and time to make sure that tomorrow dawns for everyone, and that all of us have a tomorrow, so that we can see the sun rising, the sun of the truth, which shines for all. Today, the world is divided into those who destroy our world by their own influence, silence, greed, and inhumane attitude. And the people of ALLATRA, those who save our common home and their utmost to ensure that our civilization has a future today The world is divided into black and white, and there will be no more gray. We, the people of ALLATRA, devotedly follow the path of saving humanity, all of us, and we will follow it until justice rises out of the storms of misery of our time. Until the whole world is safe, we are trying to shout out loud to be heard by the deaf and to the heartless with our own heartbeats. We are trying to give a chance to those who refuse it, because only together can we survive. Only together can we all become a united civilization. Today, everyone must make a decision. Either we leave everything as it is, come what may, and with our indifference derail the train called humanity, destroying ourselves, or we make every effort to save our planet, our dear and near people, relatives and friends, our children and ourselves. If we don't do that, or if we leave everything as it is, if we let things run themselves in the hopes that someone else will do that for us, our days are numbered. No one will make this choice instead of us. No one but us. If our hearts don't ache for every person in this world, for every destitute child, then who are we? First of all, we need to answer ourselves, looking into the eyes of our children, looking into the eyes of our mothers and our loved ones. Should we save this world? To answer this most important question, which all of humanity faces today, but every one of us must answer it. So should we save this world or not? I'll speak for all reasonable people on our planet. Yes, we should. And now, I would like to address you, my friend. The salvation of all humanity is in your hands. Yes, my friend, precisely in your hands. You already know that the current state of the world is more than critical, and it's impossible to save this world without you. This is a reality today, when the choice is inevitable, either death or life. Our strength and our salvation is in the unity of our self-organization. Only by building the creative society will we defeat death and gain an opportunity to live. But without you, my friend, we will build nothing. And we will save no one, neither you, nor ourselves, nor humanity. We are human beings. We deserve the creative society. It's worth building. It is the future of our children, our descendants, and for the future of all humanity. So, friends, let us finally unite and allow the era of justice, the era of the triumph of life to come. It takes all of us.